Chapter 968. The wheelchair was not big, but it was spacious for the Abbey Dean to sit in. He was so thin that he did not take up much space even if he was wrapped in a blanket. It was just like how even the greatest person could be kept in a small box after his death. Of course, we could not deny the greatness of the person when he was alive. He looked at the gray sky quietly. The sky was dim in his eyes. He was no longer as high-spirited as he was when he entered Chang'an. He was now a candle in the wind, spending his last years. The Abbey Dean was a great man if he did not think about good and evil, morality, or the future of mankind. Even though he had become a disabled man, he still did great things in his last years. Who dared to say that it was not great to put Haotian in his plan? Long Qing answered in a low voice. After a long silence, he could not help but ask, "What if?" The Abbey Dean said, "There is no what if." He was the greatest figure in Haotian Taoism in the past 1,000 years. He was the most devout believer of Haotian, even though he was plotting against Haotian. He would never doubt Haotian's omnipotence. No one can kill Haotian, not the headmaster, not even the Buddha. Long Qing looked at the gray sky and said, "But the Buddha put Haotian in that chessboard." The Abbey Dean said, "That chessboard is the nirvana of the Buddha. Even though I saw the Buddha's nirvana, I know what it is. I know what he wants to do. But it's in vain." Long Qing said, "I don't understand." The Abbey Dean said, "Haotian knows everything and is omnipotent. Even if she thinks she doesn't know, she still knows. Even if the heavens plan cannot predict, there is still the heaven's heart. Her heaven's heart is in that chessboard. She wants to go there. Otherwise, why would she look for the Buddha in the human world?" Long Qing asked, "Why does Haotian want to find that chessboard?" The Abbey Dean said, "Because that chessboard can bring her back to the divine kingdom." Long Qing said, "I still don't understand." The Abbey Dean said, "Even she doesn't understand, not to mention you." Long Qing frowned slightly and said, "But teacher, you understand." "Because Haotian told me." The Abbey Dean pointed to the gloomy sky and said, "It's not Haotian Taoism who wants to plot against Haotian, and it's not me who wants to kill Haotian through the Buddha's plot. It's Haotian who wants to go back." Long Qing was silent for a long time. He understood what the Abbey Dean meant. Even if Buddha killed Haotian in the chessboard, it only meant that he helped Haotian return to the purest rules. But, were these really her own thoughts? Or was it the thoughts of Haotian in the divine kingdom? What was her relationship with Haotian in the divine kingdom? Who was the real Haotian? "It's all because of Haotian," the Abbey Dean said. If the Buddha is really in the chessboard, suppressing or even occupying Haotian forever, and neither killing her nor letting her out, how can she return to the Holy Kingdom? Long Qing said, "The chief monk of scripture said a year ago that there is only the fate of Buddha, not the will of heaven." Hearing what he said, the Abbey Dean could not help but laugh. He laughed happily and innocently, like a child who was secretly opening presents in the treehouse. He even shed tears. Apart from Haotian himself, how could there be such a thing as eternity? She either dies in the chessboard and returns to the divine kingdom, or she comes out alive and returns to the divine kingdom. The Abbey Dean took the handkerchief from Long Qing and wiped the tears off his face. He said with a smile, "Who can trap heaven? How can heaven be trapped? Even if it can escape from heaven's plan, how can it escape from heaven's heart? Even if you can escape from this side of heaven, how can you escape from that side of heaven? Even Haotian can't escape from her own heart, not to mention the headmaster of academy or the Bulsh *T Buddha. How ridiculous." Long Qing still did not understand. If Haotian died in the chessboard, or she could turn into rules and return to the divine kingdom, why was the Abbey Dean so sure that she would return to the divine kingdom even if she came out alive? The Abbey Dean felt a bit cold. He raised his skinny right hand. The middle-aged priest stood behind the wheelchair and did not say a word. He pushed the wheelchair into the stone house. The Abbey Dean left some words for Long Qing and then closed his eyes tiredly to rest his mind. "Tell Xiong Chumo to get ready." The morning bell and the evening drum, the spring flowers and the autumn fruits, the pickles and rice, the black crows and the brook, the Buddhist scriptures and the sky, the lake and the white tower, time and space all seemed to be flowing and yet still. Ning Ke finished reading hundreds of volumes of Buddhist scriptures and began to read the notes left by the former eminent monks. He cultivated in silence with the bell ringing. His dharma gradually deepened and his mind was as tranquil as a well. Sang Sang was still watching the sky, sometimes in the courtyard, sometimes by the lake, sometimes in the stream, and sometimes in the tranquil lake. She could never get tired of watching it. One morning, Ning Ke came to the White Tower Temple after making breakfast. As usual, he chatted with the demented monk called Monk Qingban and then went to the meditation room to read scriptures. While reading the Buddhist scriptures, he felt happy and peaceful. He felt that his Zen heart was clear. Listening to the bell ringing from the distant hall, he seemed to forget all his troubles and worries. All of a sudden, he saw a shadow on the wall. It was a shadow left on the wall by the candlelight. The shadow was sitting cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating. Only then did he realize that it was already late at night outside the window. He could not help but sigh that the Dharma was indeed marvelous. Reading Buddhist scriptures could make one forget the passage of time and the suffering. Sang Sang did not follow him to the White Tower Temple today. Thinking that she was still waiting for him at home to make dinner, Ning Ke put away the Buddhist scriptures on the table, blew out the candles, and was ready to leave. But when he crossed the threshold, he suddenly stopped. He stood in the threshold and kept silent for a long time. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He wanted to turn back, but he did not dare to. He had a strong feeling that something terrible would happen if he turned back, and his beautiful life would be gone forever. He struggled for a long time and finally turned back. Because he was curious. For human beings, curiosity was the best emotion to overcome fear. Ning Ke saw the shadow on the wall again. He was not reading Buddhist scriptures at the table. The candles on the table had been extinguished, and the stars above the temple were covered by clouds. It was dark, but the shadow was still there. It was not his shadow. Then whose shadow was it? Ning Ke looked at the shadow and kept silent for a long time again. Then he walked to the wall. His footsteps were heavy, and so was his expression. He walked to the wall and observed it for a long time. He even reached out to touch it and found nothing strange about it. It was just a pure shadow that could only be seen but not touched. The shade was the shadow of the tree, the sun was the shadow, and the mountain was the shadow. Whose shadow was it? How could there be a shadow that existed alone in the world? Ning Ke thought for a while and sat cross-legged in front of the shadow. It was not until he sat cross-legged that he realized that it was his own shadow, because it was exactly the same. When he was sitting at the desk, he saw the shadow sitting cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating Buddha, but he did not notice it. He suddenly remembered that he had seen a shadow on the stone wall deep in the cliff cave of Xiankong Temple. It was the shadow of Master Lotus. Could it be that his cultivation of Buddha had reached the state of lotus? Ning Ke was a little surprised. He sat on the lotus in his sense of perception and began to cultivate Buddha. He was a little worried that the shadow would gradually fade, so he wanted to strengthen it. In just a moment, he entered the state of dhyana samadhi. However, what shocked him was that the shadow on the wall suddenly struggled. The shadow was no longer sitting cross-legged. It stood up on the wall and raised its arms to support its head, as if it was trying to support something extremely heavy. No, the shadow seemed to be trying to break the sky. The sky was too heavy for the shadow to succeed. It began to hold its head and twist its body into all kinds of strange shapes, seeming to be in extreme pain. The shadow continued to struggle like a black flame, burning on the white wall and spitting out flames. It was as if it was dancing a weird dance that made the heaven and earth dance with it. Ning Ke stared at the shadow struggling in pain. He did not know why he could feel its pain. What made him feel even colder was that he could feel a deep unwillingness and anger from the shadow's struggle. The unwillingness and anger were so desperate that the whole world was about to cry. A strong sense of bitterness rushed to his eyebrows and Ning Ke began to cry. At this moment, a bell rang in the White Tower Temple. The evening class should have ended long ago. Why was there a bell ringing in the temple? The bell was so melodious that it could clear one's heart and calm one's mind. Ning Ke gradually calmed down as he listened to the bell. The shadow on the wall also calmed down. However, it was only for a moment before the shadow struggled again. And because of the bell, it became even more crazy and violent. There was a loud buzzing sound. It was not the bell in the temple, but the sound in Ning Ke's head. He felt as if someone was holding a sharp giant axe in his head and chopping at his skull. An indescribable pain spread from his head to his body. His face was pale and his lips were trembling. He was in so much pain that he could not even make a sound. The bell in the temple stopped ringing and there was silence. The bell in Ning Ke's head continued. The giant axe was still chopping at his skull, as if it was going to split his head open. He held his head and rolled on the ground in pain. What was going on? Because of the severe pain, his clothes were soaked in sweat and he was in a trance. He did not notice that in the deepest part of his sense of perception, several pieces of consciousness became unusually bright, as if they were about to explode. His only remaining consciousness was to find the person who was waving the axe in his head. He wanted to kill that person. He wanted to get rid of this terrible pain. He climbed to the wall with difficulty and looked at the frantically struggling shadow. He pulled out the iron cutlass and chopped at it with all his strength. He knew that all this must have something to do with the shadow. He wanted to chop it to death. The iron cutlass fell on the wall. Smoke and dust rose and bricks flew everywhere. However, the shadow was still there, still in front of him. At this moment, a bell suddenly rang high up in the sky above the night temple. The bell fell into the meditation room, fell on him, and also fell on his heart. The sound of the bell was another giant axe. Someone was chopping at his head with an axe. Someone was chopping at him with an axe in the sky. He huddled in the corner, his face pale and his eyes scattered and painful, as if he would die at any moment. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 969. If there was a hole in the corner of the wall, Ning Ke would definitely crawl into it, regardless of whether it was the endless abyss or the legendary netherworld. But there wasn't, so he could only hold his head and tremble in pain. He sweated profusely and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Tears and snot flowed down his face, and his clothes were already wet. He had never experienced such terrible pain. He even felt that it was countless times more difficult to endure than when he was captured by the horse gang in the wilderness and interrogated. The axe in his head and the invisible giant axe in the sky kept falling, as if it would never stop, making him feel incomparable despair. Later, his body even began to twitch, and his eyes began to lose focus. Even the color of his lips had turned into an ominous gray. He was really no different from a dead person. After a long time, the giant axe from the sky finally stopped. Although the axe in his head was still chopping, it was slightly better. He stood up with unimaginable willpower and rushed out of the meditation room, not daring to look back at the shadow. After escaping from the White Tower Temple, he staggered forward while coughing blood all the way to the astonished eyes of the people of Chaoyang City. Finally, he walked back to the small courtyard. When he saw Sang Sang under the tree, he suddenly relaxed and could no longer resist the weakness brought by the pain. He blacked out and fainted. When he woke up, it was already dawn. Sang Sang was sitting by the bed and had fallen asleep. There was a bowl of grass ginseng porridge on the table. The porridge was still faintly steaming. It seemed that she had heated it many times last night. Ning Ke thought of those nights in the city of Wei and Chang, and many years ago. He felt a little warm. He got up and helped her to the bed and covered her with the quilt. His stomach growled and he found that his stomach was wet. He picked up the bowl of porridge and wiped his mouth. When he was about to go to the White Tower Temple as usual, his face suddenly turned pale. He remembered what happened in the meditation room last night. As soon as he thought about it, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Although no one was chopping him with an axe, the pain was still there. Sang Sang opened her eyes and quietly looked at him for a long time. Suddenly, she pointed at his head and said, "There is someone in your head. He wants to come out." Nothing could be hidden from Haotian's eyes, but she did not know what had happened to Ning Quebec. Why was there someone chopping in his head with an axe? Even if she could explain this, how could she explain the invisible giant axe falling from the sky? Ning Ke walked to the window and looked at the gray sky. He asked in a trembling voice, "Why did you strike me that day?" Sang Sang thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because you haven't been with me these days and often forget to cook for me, so you were struck by lightning?" "There is no thunder, only the sky," Ning Ke said. Sang Sang asked, "What's the difference?" Ning Ke's face was slightly pale. He turned to look at her and said, "Why did heaven strike me?" Sang Sang pointed to herself and said, "I am the sky, or I want to chop you." Ning Ke asked, "Are you hacking me?" Sang Sang looked at the sky outside the window and said, "Maybe it's because I can't stand you treating me like this." Thinking of the pain last night, Ning Ke shouted angrily, "I married you, but I have to be controlled by your twin brothers and sisters? Is there any justice?" Sang Sang's expression did not change, and she said, "Our reason is the justice." Ning Ke felt that this statement was somewhat unreasonable, and he did not know whether her reason made sense or not. Anyway, he decided not to go to the White Tower Temple today. Although he wanted to know what was going on with the shadow on the wall and why there was an axe in his head and the sky that wanted to chop him, he did not want to repeat the painful process last night. Human curiosity could indeed overcome the fear of the unknown, but it did not necessarily overcome the pain. That day, he stayed in the small courtyard and accompanied Sang Sang to look at the sky in a daze. Every time a temple bell rang in the distance, his face would turn a little pale because he was afraid. Sang Sang looked at his expression and said in confusion, "You were not so afraid of pain before." Ning Ke said, "I was afraid of pain before, but I had to take care of you, so I could only pretend not to be afraid." Sang Sang said, "You have to take care of me now." Ning Ke thought for a moment and said, "It makes sense. I have to figure out what is going on, or there will be problems. But let's talk about it in a few days. I am really a little scared." After all, he still underestimated human curiosity, or because he had to take care of Sang Sang, he overcame his fear. He did not wait for a long time and returned to the White Tower Temple the next day. Monk Ching Ban was chatting with him as usual, but he did not have the energy to pay attention to him. He went directly to the meditation room, where the wall he smashed last night had been repaired. He faced the wall and remained silent for a long time. There was no shadow on the wall. He sat back at the table and began to read the Buddhist scriptures. When dusk came, he lit the candle on the table. When he lit the candle, his hands trembled, so the flame was also a little shaky. The shadow reappeared on the wall. At first, it was a little weak because of the shaky candlelight, but it only took a very short time for it to become clear. Ning Ke stood up. It was just a simple movement, but it seemed to consume all his strength. When he walked to the wall, his steps seemed a little weak. The shadow sat cross-legged as if it was cultivating the Buddha. Ning Ke took several deep breaths and sat cross-legged facing the wall. "Who are you?" He looked at the shadow and asked. Of course, the shadow would not answer him. It was silent like a dead monk. Ning Ke stared at the shadow as if he wanted to see through it. The shadow had no eyes, so it would not look at him. Just when Ning Ke thought that the night would pass peacefully, the bell suddenly rang in the White Tower Temple. Just like the night before, the evening class had already ended, but the bell began to echo. He could not even tell whether the bell came from the hall or from his heart. Ning Ke was very nervous. He remembered that something strange happened and the bell rang last night. It was the same tonight. The bell seemed to be the signal of the beginning of a catastrophe. The bell, which had a strong effect of calming the mind, made the shadow on the wall crazy. The shadow no longer sat cross-legged. It stood up and began to wave its arms to the sky. It was not calling someone, but it seemed to be cursing somewhere in the sky. The shadow turned into a black flame and kept dancing, as if it was going to burn everything. It was like a prisoner on the stake in pain. Its body was burned and scorched by the flame, which looked extremely horrible. Ning Ke felt a little sad and began to cry. He felt the shadow's unwillingness, despair and anger, and the seemingly endless desolation and sadness. He seemed to see an old monk standing in front of a tomb, cursing the heaven and the earth, slandering Taoism and Buddha, and wanting to tear the world apart. Ning Ke cried not only because he felt these emotions, but also because he knew that he would soon start to suffer the same pain as the night before. There was a loud buzzing sound. Ning Ke felt that someone was standing in his sense of perception, holding a sharp giant axe and chopping at his skull. It seemed that the person was going to break his head and jump out. The severe pain spread from the top of his head to his limbs. He even felt that his skin was being pricked by countless fine needles. It was like being peeled and then sprinkled with countless handfuls of sea salt. Ning Ke's face suddenly turned pale, and his body kept trembling like a mountain that could collapse at any time. But he was prepared for tonight, so he forcibly maintained the posture of sitting cross-legged. Lotus. What the hell are you doing? He looked at the shadow on the wall and shouted angrily. The shadow on the wall did not answer him. It was still struggling desperately, cursing and hitting at the sky. So the axe was still chopping at his head. Ning Ke endured the pain and bit his lips tightly. His trembling and hoarse voice came out from his teeth. He looked extremely miserable. He shouted, "If you don't stop, I will kill you." The fragments of Lotus's consciousness had been lying quietly in the depths of his sense of perception for many years. When Ning Ke was in danger, it would occasionally light up and give him instructions. Although Lotus's consciousness was very strong, it was after all a remnant left after death. Ning Ke believed that with the strength of his psyche power, he could definitely suppress it. The shadow still did not pay attention to him and seemed very contemptuous. Because of the pain, Ning Ke's eyebrows kept twitching, and his clothes had long been soaked with sweat. He knew that he could no longer bear it, so he decisively mobilized his psyche power and dived into the depths of his sense of perception. Although it was a pity and he was unwilling, he still had to crush the fragments of consciousness left by Lotus. Otherwise, he might really go crazy in this kind of pain, or even directly die. But he forgot that he had two axes. As soon as he mobilized his psyche power, a thunderous bell rang in the sky above the White Tower Temple. The invisible giant axe fell from the high sky and directly chopped at his body. At this moment, he felt as if his body was split in half, and his heart was also split in half. Although he bit his lips, he could not stop an extremely miserable howl from bursting out from his lips. He fell to the ground in pain and kept vomiting blood. His body kept twisting, like a mudfish stuffed into a hot pot. Soon the ground became stained with blood. The axe from the sky and the axe from the sense of perception continued to chop at him. His eyes were glazed and he could no longer bear it, so he passed out. But even in a coma, his body still twitched from time to time. Obviously, the two axes from the sky and the head were still chopping at him. After a long time, he woke up in the meditation room. The sky outside the window was bright, and he had been in a coma for a whole night. Fortunately, the bell and the axe stopped. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggled out of the meditation room, and came to the lake. Monk Qingban was by the lake. Seeing his pale face and the blood on his body, he was a little surprised and said blankly, "Senior brother, are you chanting or killing in the meditation room?" Ning Ke looked at the blue sky and asked, "Did you hear the bell?" Monk Qingban looked confused and said, "What bell?" Ning Ke also looked confused and said, "Why can only I hear it?" Chapter 1, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 970. After returning to the small courtyard, Ning Ke sat under the tree and meditated for 3 days and 3 nights. He felt that he had completely recovered. He got up and walked out. Sang Sang said, "If you can't figure it out, why suffer?" Ning Ke did not look back and said, "I have suffered so much. Of course, I have to figure it out." He came to the White Tower Temple and quietly read the Buddhist scriptures and the notes of the previous eminent monks. When dusk came, he lit the candle on the table. He was very familiar with this and did it naturally. The candle was slightly lit, and the shadow reappeared on the wall. He walked to the wall and sat down cross-legged. After thinking for a while, he took out the iron cutlass and put it on the ground beside him. At the same time, he took out a few pieces of fu paper from his sleeves and prepared to use them later. In fact, he was very clear that neither the iron cutlass nor the divine talisman would have any effect on the shadow on the wall and the 2 giant axes. Because this was not an ordinary disaster. But doing so could make him feel a little relieved. It did not take long before the bell in the White Tower Temple rang again. The monks in the temple still did not hear it. Only Ning Ke could hear it. He looked at the shadow on the wall and said, "Come on." The shadow stood up and began to roar and struggle violently. The giant axe was waved crazily in Ning Ke's mind again. Ning Ke's face suddenly turned pale, and the blue veins on his forehead appeared with the rhythm of the axe falling. He gritted his teeth and began to bleed, but he still maintained the posture of sitting cross-legged and refused to surrender. Now he was very clear that the shadow on the wall was his and Lian Sheng's. The giant axe in his head was actually a fragment of Lian Sheng's consciousness. 3 days ago, when he could not bear the pain, he wanted to use his psyche power to suppress the fragment of Lian Sheng's consciousness. But at that time, the axe fell from the sky. On the first night, although he did not understand the truth of the matter, he instinctively wanted to destroy the fragment of Lian Sheng's consciousness. It was also at that time that the bell rang in the sky. He did not have the ability to resist the 2 giant axes at the same time. He wanted to try whether he could resist the axe in his head. You keep struggling and twisting. Those who know you will know that you are suffering, but those who don't will think that you are really crazy. What do you want to do? Ning Ke looked at the shadow struggling in pain on the wall and asked with a pale face, "What do you want? Just tell me." "How can I know what you want if you don't tell me?" The shadow still did not answer him. The axe was still chopping away at his head. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down his nose and into his mouth. It was slightly salty, but it was unknown whether it was sweat or blood. He stared at the shadow on the wall, his body trembling as he endured the increasingly terrifying pain. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. "What the devil do you want?" he cried in pain and anger. The shadow suddenly stopped and turned into a dark shadow. It spread out in all directions and eventually occupied the entire meditation room. Whether it was the candlelight or the starlight outside the window, they all fell on the walls and the floor in darkness. In this dark world, Ning Ke saw the stone beams suspended in the air in the belly of the devil's doctrine. He saw the wordless tablet, the mountain of white bones, and the skinny old monk in the mountain. The old monk was a Buddha, but he was also a demon. The old monk said, "If you want to cultivate the devil, you must first cultivate Buddhism." Ning Ke said, "I've been practicing Buddhism." The old monk said, "If you don't go crazy, you won't become a Buddha." Ning Ke came to his senses and remembered that he had heard these words before. Then he realized that Lotus was not answering his question, but just a wisp of thought after his death, repeating the past. The old monk's eye sockets were deep, as if there were ghost fires shining in them. His face was twisted and he seemed to be in extreme pain. He screamed, "But these are all fake. Buddha is fake. Even the devil is fake." Ning Ke woke up in a cold sweat. With a squeak, the door of the meditation room was pushed open. The shadows in the room suddenly converged and turned into a shadow sitting cross-legged on the wall. Sang Sang walked behind him and looked at the shadow quietly. She said, "He's not Lotus." Ning Kei's head was still aching. He asked absent-mindedly, "Then who is it?" Sang Sang looked at him and said, "It's you." Ning Kei asked, "Why me? What about the bell from the sky?" Sang Sang said, I don't know. She was the omniscient Haotian, but she did not know the answer to these two questions. In the following days, Ning Kei still went to the White Tower Temple occasionally. He asked the shadow on the wall in pain and cursed angrily, but he still did not find the answer. The most painful thing for him was that if he did not go to the White Tower Temple, the axe in his head would not hit him. But no matter where he was, the bell in the sky was still ringing. The invisible giant axe kept hitting his body and mind, as if it would not stop until it cut him into two pieces. No one could hear the bell falling from the sky, just like no one could hear the bell in the White Tower Temple at night. No one could see the giant axe falling from the sky, not even Sang Sang. Sometimes Ning Kei even thought that these were all illusions. But the incomparably clear pain kept reminding him that the axe really existed and that someone was really hitting him. What kind of pain was it to have the giant axe slashing at his body all the time? He couldn't bear it at all. His body became weaker and weaker, and his spirit became more and more scattered. Sometimes, he really couldn't bear it and rushed into the courtyard to curse at the sky, but he found that it was meaningless. Sang Sang spent all her time taking care of him. She wiped the sweat from his forehead, drove away the shadows of nightmares and summer flies, held his hand, and occasionally looked at the sky. 3 years passed. Ning Kei had been hit by the axe for 3 whole years. Time seemed so long and unbearable in the pain. He even thought of killing himself, but he could not bear to leave Sang Sang. One day in late autumn, Ning Kei got up from his bed and walked to the table. He reached out his trembling fingers and picked up the teacup to take a sip of tea. He used a lot of strength to keep the teacup from falling. Genuine pain would cause one's body to react instinctively. Endless pain was a great torment to one's spirit, and it was also a great harm to one's body. He pushed the door and walked out of the room. Looking at Sang Sang, who was preparing lunch in the kitchen, he said, "I have no appetite. Just eat something." Sang Sang stood up and looked at him quietly. Suddenly, she smiled. Ning Kei thought that there was something on his face. He reached out and touched it, only to find that he had lost a lot of weight. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He remembered that he had not felt pain for a long time. He looked up at the clear autumn sky and murmured, "Don't you want to chop anymore?" Sang Sang said, "Do you want to go out for a walk?" In the past 3 years, Ning Kei rarely left the hospital for a walk. He did not want to hold Sang Sang's hand and suddenly fall to the ground with a pale face when they walked to the weeping willow by the river. That would be very embarrassing. But, since the axe in the sky was not chopping anymore, maybe they could go out for a walk. But why did he feel a little disappointed that the axe was not chopping anymore? "Okay," he said with a smile. But because of the constant pain, he had not smiled for a long time, so his smile seemed a little stiff. Sang Sang dried her hands on the apron and asked, "Where to?" Ning Kei thought for a while and said, "Let's go to the White Tower Temple." Walking into the meditation room, Ning Kei closed the door and sat in front of the wall. Sang Sang was outside the meditation room, quietly looking at the sky. The candle had been lit, and the shadow on the wall gradually appeared. "Long time no see." Ning Kei looked at the shadow and said, "I don't know whether you are Lotus or me. But I think you won't hurt me. So what do you want to tell me?" Just like in the past 3 years, the shadow still did not speak. Ning Kei said, "No matter what is going on, I don't want to endure it anymore. While the axe in the sky has not fallen and I am still sober, I want to ask you for the last time." The shadow slowly stood up and looked up. "If you still refuse to give me an answer, then, maybe I have to die." Ning Kei smiled bitterly and said, "I really can't stand it anymore." The shadow suddenly looked at him. The shadow had no eyes, but Ning Kei knew that he was looking at him. Ning Kei stared at him and said, "If I die, you will die too." The shadow suddenly bent down and kept trembling. It seemed that he was laughing so hard that he could not stop his tears. Ning Kai was about to say something when the shadow suddenly straightened up and hit his head with his palm. The bell of the White Tower Temple rang again. The giant axe in Ning Kai's head fiercely chopped at his head. This was the heaviest blow in the past 3 years. Almost at the same time, an extremely violent sound rang in the sky. An invisible and extremely sharp giant blade came from the sky and fell on Ning Kai's body in the blink of an eye. The 2 axes met on Ning Kai's head, separated only by the top of his skull. There was a loud buzzing sound. Ning Kai felt that his body and heart were really split into 2 halves. The severe pain made his pupils shrink and the root of his tongue numb. He could not even bite his tongue to commit suicide. The next moment, the pain slowly disappeared like the ebbing tide. He felt as if his head had been split open. His eyes were in the gap, and he could see things. He looked at the wall and the sky at the same time. He felt that his body was completely transparent. He could see the scenes that he could not see before. He could see clearly the things that he could not see before. Was this the divine sight? Earlier, people gathered under the pear tree at the back of the mountain of the academy. 6th brother held an iron hammer and kept hitting the chessboard. The others kept cheering for him. They kept hitting the chessboard. As long as Ning Kai did not come out, they would keep hitting it. They believed that one day the chessboard would be broken. The autumn wind blew slightly. Eldest brother came under the pear tree and everyone came forward to bow. Eldest brother took the iron hammer and said, "You take a break. Let me try it." The iron hammer fell, and smoke and dust rose. The sound was like thunder. Shiman Buhua praised, "Senior brother is indeed senior brother. The sound is so loud." Beigong Weiyang looked at the chessboard and said disappointedly, "Isn't it still not broken?" Eldest brother smiled embarrassedly and handed over the iron hammer. Chapter 2, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 971. Ning Kai stood up and looked a little confused. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a puff, the wall was suddenly covered with blood. The gray wall of the meditation room was stained with blood. The shadow was on the wall, so was the blood. The shadow put his palms together as if he was very happy. Then he turned around and walked into the depths of the blood sea and gradually disappeared. Ning Kai looked at this scene and suddenly felt very sad. It seemed that he would never see the shadow again. The shadow disappeared and the gray wall gradually disappeared. It turned out that the wall was fake. He looked back at the candle on the table and found that the candle was also fake. He looked at the wooden door of the meditation room and found that the door was fake, and the threshold was also fake. He looked at the roof of the meditation room and looked through the beams at the gray sky. The meditation room was fake, and so was the temple. Then what about Chao Cheng and Yang? What about the sky? Ning Kai pushed open the wooden door of the meditation room and walked out. At this moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly disappeared and the sun appeared. The world suddenly became extremely clear. The white tower and the clear lake were as beautiful as a painting. The sun shone on his face and he slightly squinted his eyes. The clouds in the sky floated over again and blocked the sun. Then a cold autumn rain fell and wet the picture of the white tower and the lake. Sang Sang was not outside the meditation room. She should be looking at the sky by the lake as she had done these years. Ning Kai walked to the lake calmly as if he had already been relieved. Monk Qingban was standing under the willow by the lake to avoid the rain. Looking at Ning Kai's expression, he was slightly stunned and then showed a sincere emotion on his face. He asked happily, "Senior brother, did you get it?" Ning Kai looked at the crazy monk and said, "Yes, I got it all." Monk Qingban opened his eyes wide and asked eagerly, "What did you get?" Ning Kai said, "Everything is fake." Monk Qingban was confused and repeated it subconsciously, what is fake? Yes. Ning Ke stood by the lake and looked at the white tower that was constantly being washed by the autumn rain. He said, this tower is fake, and the rain falling on it is also fake. This lake is also fake. He pointed at the lake in front of him and then continued, the temple is fake, the city is fake, the country is fake, and the people are also fake. The blue pass in the snow is fake, and the 72 temples in the misty rain are also fake. Monk Qingban scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. He didn't understand what Ning Ke was talking about. He suddenly thought of something and took out a steamed bun from his robe. I am real. Monk Qingban said innocently. He took a bite of the steamed bun and chewed it hard. Then he said vaguely, I'm eating the steamed bun, so the steamed bun must be real. Ning Ke looked at him with pity in his eyes, but he did not say anything. Monk Qingban pointed at the lake in front of him and the white tower on the other side of the lake with the steamed bun in his hand. He cried aggrievedly, these are all here, and I can see them all. You are so unreasonable. Ning Ke looked at him in silence for a long and said, Monk of monk. Monk Qingban looked at him blankly, not understanding what he was talking about. Ning Ke said, in fact, you died many years ago. You are only left with a wisp of Buddha's nature. The monks in the temple said that you have innate wisdom. Of course, they are right. You were an eminent monk of the Buddhism sect in your previous life. It is a pity that you were killed as soon as you entered the human realm. Otherwise, you might have become the Vedanta of Xiankong Temple. Monk Qingban was confused and asked, I was killed. Who would kill me? Who killed me? Ning Ke looked at him quietly and said, I'm the one who killed you. Your name is Daosher. Your mother is the elder sister of the Yueluan kingdom, Kuni Mati. Your father is the president of the commandment yard of the Xiankong Temple, Master Bushu. Because I once humiliated your mother, after you left the Xiankong Temple, you first became a Dharma name in the 72 temples of the Yueluan kingdom, and then went to Chang and to find me. Then, I killed you. Later, in order to avenge you, your father, Master Bushu, wanted to suppress the daughter of Yama and kill me at the same time. He left the Xiankong Temple with the Yulan bell and set up a trap with Qin Yen, the world wayfarer of the Buddhism sect. In the end, the trap was broken by the academy. Your father died in the hands of the academy, which means he died in my hands. Later, she and I fled to Chaoyang City and were besieged in this White Tower Temple by countless believers and powerhouses of Buddhism and Taoism. Your mother, Kuni Mati, was cultivating here and was taken hostage by me. I was going to let her go later, but for some reason, I killed her in the end. Ning Ke looked at Monk Qingban and said calmly, I killed you and your family. But, why did you kill me? Why did you kill my family? Monk Qingban didn't listen to Ning Ke's words at all. He only felt confused and scratched his head, and my name is Qingban, not Daosher. Are you mistaken? Ning Ke said, Qingban is the stone used to pave the road. Senior brother, you must be joking. Monk Qingban said with a silly smile, I'm called Qingban because when the abbot and the abbot played mahjong all night, they finally heard a clear board. But when they heard me crying on the stone steps, their hands trembled and they threw away the second round of mahjong. That's why I'm called Qingban. Ning Ke didn't say anything more. Since he didn't believe it, why should he believe it? Monk Qingban didn't give up. He followed Ning Ke and kept asking, how can you prove it? Sang Sang had been sitting by the lake and looking at the sky, so she heard their conversation clearly. She looked back at Ning Ke with a slightly confused expression. Ning Ke didn't need to prove anything to Monk Qingban, but he had to prove it to her. Only by making her believe it could she really wake up and they could leave here. Which direction is Chang'an? He asked. Sang Sang sat by the lake and pointed to somewhere in the east. He untied the arrow box and assembled the iron bow in a very short time. Then he drew the bow and put an arrow in the distance. When the bowstring was like a full moon, he suddenly released it. A round white turbulence appeared at the end of the arrow, and the dark iron arrow disappeared on the lake. No one knew where it went. There was no response for a long time. "See, I told you it was fake," Ning Ke said. Sang Sang asked, "Why?" Ning Ke said, "If Chang An is there, the academy will definitely know it if the iron arrow is shot there." Sang Sang thought for a moment and said, "Then?" Ning Ke said, "Eldest brother hasn't come after such a long time, which means that there is no eldest brother in this world. So this world is naturally fake." Sang Sang was a little confused and asked, "Will Li Man Man come?" Ning Ke said, "Yes. He came back then, and he will come back now." Sang Sang didn't say anything. Ning Ke pointed to the lake and the white tower in front of her and said, "Many years ago, before we entered the chessboard, the white tower and the lake were in Xiankong Temple." "Why are they here?" Sang Sang said, "We left Xiankong Temple, so the white tower and the lake can naturally come back." Ning Ke's arrow and words still couldn't convince her. She hadn't woken up yet, or in other words, she didn't want to wake up. She just quietly looked at the sky reflected by the lake. "Actually, I don't want to wake up either. Especially at the moment when I woke up, I was very uneasy and even scared. My body and mind were cold, and my divine sense was agitated. I even vomited a lot of blood." Ning Ke walked to her side and sat down. He gently held her hand and looked at the gray sky. He said, "Although this world is illusory, these years, especially the first few years, were really happy. Those days were really good. I really don't want to leave and don't want to leave." Sang Sang leaned on his shoulder and looked confused. Ning Ke gently touched the small white flower on her hair and said, "You think the sky is beautiful?" Sang Sang gently nodded. Ning Ke said, "You think the sky is very familiar and intimate, so you want to see it?" Sang Sang looked at the gray and high sky. She obviously knew the answer, but she didn't dare to say it. Ning Ke hesitated a little and said, "You were born in the sky, and you grew up there. It is your home, so you feel familiar and intimate with it. You always want to go back." After hearing this, the confusion in Sang Sang's eyes gradually faded and became calm. Just like the lake in front of her that was disturbed by the autumn rain, it gradually calmed down, and the reflected sky became clear. She blinked, and the lake waves swayed, just like her eyes. The sky reflected by the lake was cut into countless pieces of light and shadow. The original appearance of the sky could no longer be found. It turned into countless stars, as if they were constantly being born and destroyed. The lake evaporated, and the white tower disappeared. Since it was in Xiankong Temple, it naturally couldn't be in front of her. Sang Sang looked at the sky. The rain clouds suddenly dispersed, revealing the clear blue sky behind. However, it was still not the sky she wanted to see. Several cracks suddenly appeared on the porcelain-like blue sky. It was as if a beautiful piece of porcelain had been thrown to the ground, and the sky had shattered just like that. She had quietly watched the sky in the small courtyard and by the lake for hundreds of years. Today, with the help of Ning Ke, she finally saw through the sky and saw the darkness and nothingness behind it. Yes, this world was fake, or it was real. But in any case, this was not her world. This was the inside of the chessboard, and this was the world of Buddha. She slowly stood up and put her hands behind her back. Monk Qingban looked at the suddenly dark sky and panicked. He grabbed Ning Ke's sleeve and said in a trembling voice, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Ning Ke said, "We are going to leave here. You go and find a place to hide." Monk Qingban asked, "Where are you going?" Ning Ke said, "We are going outside." "Outside? Where is outside?" Monk Qingban looked at him in a daze and suddenly said sadly, "Am I really dead?" Ning Ke didn't say anything. Monk Qingban kept crying. He kept wiping his tears with his sleeve, but he couldn't wipe them clean. Ning Ke's expression suddenly became solemn. Monk Qingban wiped his tears with his sleeve, but his tears couldn't be wiped clean. He wiped his face with his sleeve, and his face was very clean. When he wiped his face with his sleeve, one of his eyebrows was gone. When he wiped again, his nose was gone. When he wiped again, his eyes were gone. He seemed to feel a little embarrassed. He covered his face with his sleeve and said honestly, "I don't want you to go." Monk Qingban rubbed himself with his sleeves until he looked like a Buddha covering his face. He said he didn't want Ning Kai and Sang Sang to go. He didn't want them to go. Chapter 3, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 972. In the records of Buddhist scriptures, there was a Vedanta with a handsome face, which was very similar to the Buddha. Countless believers mistook him for the Buddha and worshipped him. The Vedanta was ashamed and thought that he had wronged the common people, so he cut his face with a sharp knife and became extremely ugly. Every time he went out, he would cover his face. Every time he met a child, he would be thrown a stone, and every time he met a dog, he would be bitten or barked at. He used to be very popular, but now he was hated by the common people. However, he didn't say any evil words or show any evil face. He allowed people to humiliate and beat him without fighting back. Ning Kai didn't understand why Monk Qingban could become a real Buddha just by wiping his face with his sleeves. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "You are dead. Even if you become a Buddha here, you are still dead. Since you are dead, how can you keep us here? Thinking is the will, and the will is the power. I don't want you to go, so you have to stay." Monk Qingban covered his face with his sleeves. His face had no eyes or lips, but he could still speak. His words were full of compassion and solemnity. The light of Buddha shone through his sleeves, which was extremely gorgeous. As soon as he finished speaking, his sleeves fell on Ning Kai's face with endless Buddha's power. Ning Kai had been prepared for this. With a bang, he unsheathed his iron cutlass and cut across the air. The sleeves and the iron cutlass met silently. But the autumn trees by the lake bent down because of the strong wind. With dense cracking sounds, countless trees were broken from the middle, revealing the white stubble. A monk's sleeves fluttered in the wind. The iron cutlass broke out of the sleeves and fell on the neck of Monk Qingban. The black cutlass became red and extremely hot. The vermilion bird kept screaming in the flame. Monk Qingban had no facial features, so it was difficult to show his emotions. But at this time, one could clearly see that he was shocked. He couldn't understand why Ning Kai's iron cutlass could break the Buddha's power so easily. "I killed you once in Chang'an. At that time, in the ocean of consciousness, I proved to you that there is no Buddha in my heart. Although I have been cultivating Buddhism for many years, I still can't do it." Ning Kai's cutlass cut across the neck of Monk Qingban and said, "So I can kill you again." He withdrew the cutlass, and the head of Monk Qingban fell from his shoulders like a ripe fruit. It fell on the floor and rolled to the broken tree by the lake. Monk Qingban's body was still standing. Countless golden liquid flowed in his neck and slowly evaporated into the air. Under the tree, the face of Monk Qingban reappeared. He blinked his eyes with some difficulty and remembered the scene of him reading scriptures and worshipping Buddha in the White Tower Temple countless years ago. Only then did he realize that everything was empty. He looked towards the distant east and revealed a complicated expression. There was a bit of frustration and sorrow. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and presumably would never open them again. It was not until then that Monk Qingban or Daoshi really woke up and died. On the surface of the headless body left by Monk Qingban, many cracks suddenly appeared. The cracks gradually widened, and golden liquid flowed out of it. The golden liquid melted in the wind and turned into the purest glory of Buddha. Ning Kai looked at the scene in front of him in silence. He did not notice that Sang Sang, who was sitting by the lake behind him, looked at the golden Buddha nature with a slight frown and a pale face. He was killed by Sang Sang in the West Hill Divine Palace. Then, he was resurrected by Haotian's divine power. His body was now pure and clean. In the West Hill Divine Palace, his flesh and limbs were cut off by Sang Sang. Then, he was resurrected by Haotian's divine power. It was as if he had gone through countless changes of tendons and marrow. Now, there was no dirt in his body. It was unimaginably pure. In the cliff cave of Xiankong Temple, he completed the homework assigned by Master Lotus. If he wanted to cultivate diabolism, he had to cultivate Buddhism first. Both Buddhism and diabolism originated from avoiding the sun. But there were some similarities between them. Once they were connected, he would be very powerful. According to Lotus, he could reach the divine state if he mastered diabolism. Now, he had mastered both Buddhism and diabolism. Coupled with the teachings of the headmaster of academy, his great spirit had reached the peak of knowing destiny state. He could even see the threshold. Now, he could kill people with his Zen and his cutlass. Not to mention Monk Qingban, a fake Buddha, he could even kill powerful elders of Commandment Hall of Xiankong Temple with his cutlass. Sang Sang said softly by the lake, so that's how it is. She had seen through everything in the world. Chaoyang City was fake, the White Tower Temple was fake, the lonely tree and the black crow in the courtyard were fake, so were the vegetables in the market and the pickle jars in the kitchen. If they were all fake, then who was real? This was the world inside the chessboard. On the cliff plateau of Xiankong Temple, she took Ning Ke into the chessboard to find Buddha. But they were delayed for 1,000 years, just like when she entered the chessboard in Lank Temple. She didn't know she was a guest in the dream. When she was on that mountain, she saw the truth and also saw the fabrication. She experienced endless loneliness. There was no one to accompany her, and there was no one to talk to. Compared with that year, she was not so lonely this time because there was one more person beside her. But she knew that without that person, Buddha could not have trapped her for so many years. She stood up and looked at Ning Ke quietly. She said, "A green pear came into my dream. How many years we have wasted here is how many years you have wasted for me." Ning Ke ignored her. He was just thinking about how many years they had lived in this chessboard world. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. It was so long that even the pictures of the first years were blurred. Master Qishan said that if you enter the chessboard from the front, a year is a moment, and if you enter the chessboard from the back, a year is a moment. Which side did we enter from? How many years have passed outside? Sang Sang was about to get angry. But after listening to Ning Ke's question, she found that he did not care about her anger at all. After a moment of silence, she said, "Since I came in, how can Buddha be so free?" Ning Ke asked, "Can you roughly calculate it?" Sang Sang thought for a moment and said, "At most a few years." Ning Ke could not understand the concept of time flow even though he had reached the peak of knowing destiny state. But it was not too difficult for Haotian. It was very dangerous. Sang Sang looked at the far east and said, "I was almost lost in time. Fortunately, I still woke up." Ning Ke looked at the sky and thought about the sound of the axe. He was a little confused. Now he naturally understood that it was very dangerous to cultivate Buddhism in the White Tower Temple. He gradually became obsessed with Buddhism. If it were other cultivators, no matter how high their state was, it would be difficult for them to wake up from that peaceful and joyful world. If they could not wake up, they could not see through the chessboard world and could not return to the real world. Fortunately, he had the remaining fragments of Lotus consciousness in his sense of perception. Lotus was an eminent monk and also a blood sea mad devil. He was obsessed with Buddhism and hated Buddhism. Only such a magical existence could maintain a clear mind in the boundless Dharma of Buddhism. He used the fragments of his consciousness to form a sharp axe to hack at Meng Qi's head, trying to wake him up with pain. Then where did the axe in the sky come from? Who wanted to wake him up? Sang Sang said, "If you did not wake up, I probably would never wake up. In this case, I will cancel what you owe me. I will not punish you." Ning Ke knew what she meant. If it were not for him, she would not be so attached to the human world. she would not be so deeply tied to the secular world. How could the chessboard trap her? He smiled and did not speak. At this moment, several rays of light suddenly appeared in the dark sky. Ning Ke was slightly shocked. Last time in the Lang Temple, he had also seen these pure rays of light in the chessboard. He knew that each ray of light was the rule of the chessboard world. The rule of the world was collapsing. It was the most terrible power. He was not afraid because he had experience in dealing with such a situation. He took out the big black umbrella and said to Sang Sang, "Let's go." He used a questioning sentence instead of saying, "Let's go," directly. He was also emotionless because he was a little uneasy. He was a little worried that she still wanted to stay in the chessboard and continue to find Buddha and kill him, which seemed impossible. He was also worried that she would return to the divine kingdom after leaving the chessboard and returning to the human world. According to Sang Sang's previous behavior, she would definitely choose to stay in the chessboard world and continue to find Buddha. That powerful enemy had unknowingly trapped her for hundreds or even thousands of years. The more it was so, the more she wanted to kill Buddha. Because she was the great Haotian. Today, her behavior was somewhat unexpected. She walked to him and said calmly, "Let's go." Ning Ke was startled and handed the umbrella to her. With a soft bang, Sang Sang opened the big black umbrella, as if opening a piece of night. The night completely covered her and Ning Quebec. A moment passed, a moment passed, a moment passed, a moment passed, a day passed, a day passed. It seemed that after countless tribulations, the black umbrella was still by the lake, and Ning Ke and Sang Sang were still under the umbrella. Nothing had happened. They could not leave, and they were still in the chessboard. Ning Ke remembered the words Monk Qingban said before he died, "I don't want you to go." The world didn't want them to go. His face was slightly pale, and his hand holding Sang Sang trembled slightly. But, why was that? In the Lank Temple, they entered the chessboard, and the rule of the world chased after Sang Sang. They opened the black umbrella, and the rule of the world could no longer find them, and they disappeared. Why did they open the black umbrella today but not leave? Sang Sang looked at the dark sky and said after a moment of silence, "I can't sense the outside world." She was the rule. As long as she could communicate with the rule of the world outside the chessboard, she could return to the human world, just like she could return to Haotian's divine kingdom even if she died. The big black umbrella could make the rule of the world unable to find them, and it could also help her communicate with the rule of the outside world. If she couldn't sense it, then there were only two possibilities. The umbrella was broken, or something was wrong with her. The big black umbrella was not broken, so something was wrong with Sang Sang. Before Ning Ke could ask, she said, "I've become much weaker." She looked a little lost. Even though the headmaster had infused the power of the human world with her, even though Ning Ke had brought her into the human world, and she had been tainted by countless mortals, she still looked indifferent and extremely confident. Because she was very powerful. Even if she was weak, she was still unimaginably powerful. But now, she found that she was really weak, so weak that it was hard to imagine. She closed her eyes and began to think about the reasons. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 973. Although the sky was dark, there was light. Sang Sang held the big black umbrella. Her feet were in the light, and her body was in the dark. She closed her eyes and did not blink. She was as quiet as a god. She was thinking about a question. No matter how strong Buddha was, he could not be stronger than the headmaster of the academy or the human world. So what did he do to weaken himself so much? In her quiet thoughts, countless scenes flashed through her consciousness at high speed. They were like fleeting lights and passing shadows, but they were so clear. Hundreds of years of time began to rewind, revealing the true appearance. The peace in the small courtyard, the tea and wine, the chess and streaky pork, walking hand in hand, wandering by the lake, holding an umbrella in the alley, looking at the misty rain in the ancient temple, the snowy border, were all greed. The quarrel in the small courtyard, the sea of blood in the market, the fading figure, the angry questioning, the confrontation between life and death, the irritation, the low mood, were all anger. The rest of the images were all caused by greed and anger, or led to greed and anger, which was ignorance. Greed, anger and ignorance were the three poisons of Buddhism. The Mahayana doctrine said, greed attracts those who are not fed up with everything that is agreeable to their feelings. Anger attracts those who are angry with everything that is against their feelings. Ignorance is slow-witted and obsessed with the law of things. It is also called ignorance. The wisdom doctrine said, those who benefit from me will be greedy, and those who go against me will be angry. This knot is not born from wisdom, but from madness. So it is called ignorance. The three poisons are the root of all troubles. The Nirvana scripture said, there are no poisons more poisonous than the three poisons. Sangsang was poisoned by greed, anger, and ignorance. Only this kind of poison could make her unable to avoid it. Last time in the Lank Temple, Buddha wanted to destroy her, but she was not awake at that time. What Buddha wanted to destroy was the imprint in her body. Now that she was awake, Buddha wanted to destroy her. To destroy something, one must first weaken it. How to make Haotian weak? The method that the headmaster of the academy and Buddha came up with was actually the same, but the method used was a little different. Turning a god into a human. The headmaster of the academy used the will of the human world and tried to change or reform her. Buddha used the poison of the human world and wanted to sink her into depravity. Sangsang and Ning Ke were each other's natal souls. Ning Ke could know what she was thinking and what she was thinking. His face turned paler and he held her hand tightly. After spending so many years in the Buddhist chessboard world, she had been deeply poisoned. Unknowingly, she had become extremely weak, so weak that she could not leave. Then, what would be waiting for her? Don't worry. Ning Ke held her in his arms and whispered, even if Buddha kills you, you can still return to Haotian's divine kingdom. Maybe one day, you will remember me and the academy. Then, he couldn't go on. If Sangsang really used death to return, then it would be impossible. Haotian was Haotian, and there would be no more Sangsang in the world. The Buddha did not know that the headmaster of the academy had divided Haotian into two, nor did he know that the academy had left one of Haotian in the human world. Therefore, he did not know that even if he killed Sangsang, he could not kill Haotian. But Sangsang would die. I don't want to die. Sangsang said, Sangsang doesn't want to die. Haotian, who was named Sangsang, did not want to die. Ning Ke looked at the distant east and said, then we will not die. Sangsang turned and walked out of the White Tower Temple. Ning Ke held the black umbrella and followed her. Outside the temple, she pointed to a woman under the eaves whose clothes were half wet by the rain and said, don't you find it strange that she has not aged after so many years? Ning Ke said, for countless years, the consciousness of those who believe in Buddhism will come to this chessboard after their death. This is the real Buddha land. They are dead, so naturally they will not age. Sangsang said, but you have not aged either. Ning Ke thought it was true. At least hundreds of years had passed, but he had not aged or died. Sangsang looked at the light that represented the rules in the dark sky. After a moment of observation, she said, the rules of this world have not collapsed, so why is there no death? Ning Ke could not explain this. Sangsang said, do you know what nirvana is? Ning Ke said, the highest state of Buddhism is nirvana. Sangsang said, nirvana is a state. What state? Tranquil nirvana, unaware of life and death, cool and quiet, no annoyance, and eternal silence. It is neither born nor destroyed, neither dirty nor clean, neither increasing nor decreasing, far away from one thing, life and death, and eternal. Sangsang said, this is nirvana, which is to become Buddha. Ning Ke remembered that Sangsang once mentioned the cat with the surname Shui in front of the stone statue of Buddha on Wa Mountain. He said, if nirvana means this, no wonder even you can't predict whether Buddha is dead or alive. Sang Sang said, the people here are the same. Ning Ke frowned and said, you mean the people here are neither dead nor alive, so they are not dead? Sang Sang said, not neither dead nor alive, but dead and alive at the same time. Ning Ke thought for a moment and said, you are right. No one knows whether they are dead or alive before observation. They are in the superposition of the two states. No one knew whether Buddha was dead or alive, not even Haotian and the headmaster of the academy. It was because Buddha entered this state after nirvana that there was no answer before seeing him. Sang Sang said, so there is neither life nor death here. Ning Ke said, but we have lived here for hundreds of years, and we have observed them for a long time. Sang Sang said, they are just appendages of the chessboard. Ning Ke said, you mean these people in the chessboard are all extensions of Buddha's nirvana state? The autumn rain had stopped, and the outside of the White Tower Temple gradually became lively. Pedestrians were picking up goods at the stalls, and mothers were chasing their playful children. No one noticed that the sky had become extremely dark. Sang Sang said, you can understand it this way. So they don't even know that they are dead. They just walk with time and don't think about anything else. Ning Ke said with mixed emotions, is this the nirvana that Buddha mentioned? She said, you said that this is the Buddha land. Yes, this is the real nirvana. If you and I don't wake up, we will eventually become a part of this world. Ning Ke looked at the pedestrians on the street and suddenly felt cold. He and Sang Sang had almost become a part of this world. At that time, they would not know whether they were alive or dead. Would it be the nirvana or the nirvana? This was the true meaning of nirvana. Heaven and Buddha could calculate. When Buddha entered nirvana, heaven could not calculate Buddha, but Buddha could calculate heaven. Buddha did not jump out of cause and effect, but he could see through cause and effect and go with the flow. Cause and effect, that was why, and it was also the principle of the academy. Because Ning Ke picked up the baby girl on the side of Hebei province, because the headmaster of the academy took Ning Ke as a disciple, because Ning Ke wanted Sang Sang to become a human, and because they loved each other, they came to this day. We finally woke up. How can Buddha kill you? Ning Ke said, since he has entered nirvana, he can't do anything. I'm also curious. Sang Sang handed the black umbrella to him and walked into the street with her hands behind her back. She said, I really want to know what that monk can do to me. Her tone was calm and proud. Holding the black umbrella, Ning Ke did not dare to leave her. Looking at the light in the sky and her pale cheeks, he sighed and said, you are so sick. Can you stop blowing? Waking up didn't mean that she could leave. The three poisons of greed, aversion, and obsession made Sang Sang very weak. She could not solve this situation easily, so what would happen next would be very troublesome. Walking through the crowded streets, Ning Ke suddenly stopped and looked to somewhere in the far east. Monk Qingban also looked there before he died, but there was nothing there. Back in the small courtyard, Ning Ke made a sumptuous dinner. The most appetizing dish was the bowl of green and red pickled peppers and tender ginger. Of course, he did not forget Sang Sang's favorite cabbage head in vinegar. The big black umbrella was propped on the table, and the dishes were placed beside the umbrella handle. He and Sang Sang sat under the umbrella and lowered their heads to eat. The scene was a little weird and also a little funny. Sang Sang fiddled with the rice mixed with the broth in the bowl with chopsticks and looked at the dishes on the table covered by the umbrella's shadow. She said, you know it's fake, but why do you still eat so happily? Ning Ke was burying his head in the food. The pickled peppers made him sweat and he was very happy. Hearing this, he picked up a towel to wipe his mouth and said, I feel it's real, so I eat happily. Sang Sang looked at the big black umbrella above and frowned slightly. She said, I don't know why I have to hold an umbrella to eat. I'm not happy. Hao Tian, who was omnipotent, was forced to eat with an umbrella by the light that represented rules in the dark sky. It was indeed a little sad. Don't be dissatisfied. You have to thank the umbrella for being here all the time, and you have to thank me for mending it. Ning Kai pointed to the big black umbrella and said with a smile, it will be new for 3 years, old for 3 years, and mending for another 3 years. This black umbrella will definitely become our family heirloom in the future. With the big black umbrella around, they did not have to worry about being discovered by the light that represented rules. But how could they leave? After dinner, they began to think about this problem. They had been in the chessboard for many years, but Ning Kai and Sang Sang were not in a hurry, at least on the surface. They thought they still had enough time to solve the problem. The 3 poisons of greed, aversion and obsession were indeed the poisons of all poisons. Sang Sang had no way to cure them, and Ning Kai could not think of a way either. In this case, life had to go on. Last night's dinner was too sumptuous, and there were no more vegetables at home, so Ning Kai went to the market to buy vegetables. Now Sang Sang naturally followed him without his request, because they only had one umbrella. When they arrived at the market, they found that their idea was wrong. With the big black umbrella, the light could not find them, but people could. Standing in front of the dewy green vegetable stall, Ning Kai was chatting with the familiar middle-aged woman, paving the way for the subsequent bargaining. The woman thought he was very cute, so she smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, dignified and compassionate, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows. Ning Kai was also smiling at the beginning, and then his smile gradually disappeared. He looked at the woman and asked seriously, "What kind of Buddha are you?" Chapter 1, the task will definitely be completed before going to bed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 974. The auntie did not speak but just looked at him with a smile. She held a yam in her left hand and a handful of celery in her right hand. Both were vegetables and medicine. Ning Kai suddenly laughed and said, "Are you the legendary medicine Buddha?" The auntie smiled and said, "Yes." Ning Kai thought for a while and said, "The medicine Buddha can cure diseases. My wife is seriously ill. She should be poisoned. I wonder if you can take a look and write a prescription for her." The auntie looked at Sang Sang and said with pity, "The poison is incurable. It's better to go back." Ning Kai pointed to the sky and said, "What if I don't go back?" The auntie said, "Death is liberation." That makes sense. Ning Kai said with a smile. Then he pulled out his iron cutlass and chopped at the auntie behind the vegetable stall. The vegetable stall was full of green vegetables with dew on the leaves, which looked very fresh. Ning Kai's iron cutlass should have easily chopped the vegetable stall into 2 halves, chopped the leaves into countless pieces, and chopped the dew into moist foam. But he didn't. Because the vegetable stall turned into a field. The green vegetables on the stall turned into lush plants. The yam in the auntie's left hand turned into a fruit branch, and the celery in her right hand turned into a Buddha bowl. The auntie turned into the real medicine Buddha. Her hair was black and plump, and her ears fell on her shoulders. She looked solemn, and countless halos and auspicious clouds surrounded her. In front of the medicine Buddha, there were thousands of colorful banners fluttering. It was these banners that blocked Ning Kai's cutlass. Ning Kai looked at the Buddha statue that was so close to him but seemed so far away. He said in shock, "It's true." The medicine Buddha smiled slightly. The red mole between her eyebrows shone brightly, illuminating the vast field around her. The colorful banners fluttered faster and faster, and the plants in the field grew taller and taller. Ning Kai and Sang Sang stood in the field. Their legs were instantly entangled by the green vines and could no longer leave. The medicine Buddha chanted the name of Buddha and slowly tilted the alms bowl in her hand. The black liquid in the alms bowl dripped onto the ground and turned into a river, rushing toward Ning Kai and Su Li. Medicine was used to cure and save people, but it could also be used to kill people. Sometimes, good medicine could become the most powerful poison. Ning Kai only felt a stuffiness in his chest when he smelled the strange fragrance in the medicine river, followed by a sharp pain. He covered his chest and coughed, as if he was going to cough out his internal organs. Sang Sang stood beside him and looked at the medicine Buddha in the distance. She frowned slightly and said, "How ridiculous." After saying this, she blinked her eyes, and the field was shattered. The lush plants were turned into pieces, and the fragrant medicine river was shaken out of the river and spread in all directions. The vegetable stall was still the same vegetable stall. Ning Ke waved the iron cutlass, and with a shrill sound of friction, the blade slashed across the ant's body, leaving a neat cut, from which a faint golden light shone. The auntie smiled at the two of them. With a cracking sound, her body was divided into two halves and scattered on the ground. The smooth cut was enshrouded in golden light, as if there were countless melted gold flowing. The gold melted in the wind and dispersed into golden mist, gradually drifting around the vegetable market. Some of the golden mist floated in front of Sang Sang. She frowned slightly, and her face became paler, as if she was in pain. They couldn't buy vegetables after killing all the vegetable sellers. Ning Ke returned to the small courtyard with a heavy heart, especially when he thought of the last scene, which made him feel even more uneasy. Whether it was the real medicine Buddha or the fake one, in front of him and Sang Sang, they didn't have much resistance, just like Monk Qingban turned into the masked Buddha. But the Buddha's aura after their death seemed to hurt Sang Sang. What if they met these Buddhas again in the future? They had to leave this world as soon as possible. "We have to find a way to detoxify the poison in your body," he looked at Sang Sang and said. Sang Sang's face was a little pale, and she said, "What if I can't detoxify it?" Ning Ke didn't want her to worry, so he said with a smile, "You won't die even if I can't detoxify it. Life has to go on." Sang Sang looked at his eyes quietly and said, "Life is poison." Ning Ke understood, but he didn't know how to answer. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let's go." This time he didn't ask questions, because he didn't mean to leave the chessboard world, but to leave the small courtyard or Chaoyang city. He was going to cure Sang Sang and detoxify her. Just like many years ago. They had lived in the small courtyard for many years, so they naturally had many memories and many household necessities. But Ning Ke's luggage was very simple. In addition to weapons and food, there was only a jar of pickles. Sang Sang asked, "Where are we going?" Ning Ke subconsciously looked to the far east again, but he was a little scared. He said, "To the south." Sang Sang's pale cheeks suddenly turned red, and she said, "Are you going to see her?" Ning Ke was stunned and then understood what she was talking about. He said with a smile, "There is no great river kingdom in the south of this world." Sang Sang said, "But you are used to going to the south." Ning Ke was confused and asked, "So?" Sang Sang said, "You just want to see her in your heart." Ning Ke was a little angry and said, "Why are you still talking about this at this time?" Sang Sang was silent and found that there was indeed something wrong with her. It wasn't that there was something wrong with her attitude towards him. She was Haotian, and he was a mortal. Even if they were husband and wife, she had her reasons to treat him. The problem was that her state of mind was a little unstable. This was anger, and there was also greed. The poison in her body was getting worse. Ning Ke understood something and held her in his arms, saying, "I will definitely cure you." After tying the heavy luggage behind him, Ning Ke held the big black umbrella, left the small courtyard, and walked to the city gate. Sang Sang held his hand under the umbrella, looking a little weak. If they wanted to break the Buddha's chessboard, they needed to restore Sang Sang's strength, detoxify the poison in her body, find a way to detoxify, and find a way to leave. Monk Qingban didn't want them to go, the medicine Buddha didn't want them to go, Chaoyang City didn't want them to go, and the world didn't want them to go. Naturally, they couldn't leave so easily. There was a shop at the corner of New Street, which specialized in selling lamp oil and lamps, and also sold candles. Ning Ke often bought lamp oil here and was familiar with the boss. But when he saw the boss today, his expression changed slightly. The boss was not in the shop, but on the street. The boss blocked their way. Ning Ke pulled out the iron cutlass and asked, "Who are you?" The boss wore a hat and looked amiable. He said with a smile, "Guess." Looking at the dense oil lamps in the shop, Ning Ke asked with some uncertainty, "Dipankara Buddha?" It was indeed the Dipankara Buddha. There was no oil lamp shop owner on the street, only an old Buddha. Outside the Buddha's body, everything was a bright lamp, emitting countless rays of light. Even the ant nests in the corners of the walls were clearly illuminated, and even the dark sky seemed to be lit up. The light began to burn, and the temperature on the street began to rise. A drop of sweat appeared on the tip of Sang Sang's nose. When she was still an ordinary person, she rarely sweated because of the congenital cold. After becoming Haotian, her divine body was as cold as jade, and she didn't sweat at all. But in front of the Dipankara Buddha, she sweated. Ning Ke felt that his heart became extremely hot, as if someone had placed an oil lamp in it. The Great Spirit rose, and in an instant, he rushed to the front of the Dipankara Buddha and chopped down with his cutlass. The Dipankara Buddha dropped the lamp. The seemingly ordinary copper oil lamp seemed to be as heavy as a world, and it easily suppressed Ning Ke's iron cutlass. The ancient Buddha began to light up thousands of lamps, and the world shone brightly. In just an instant, more than 10,000 lamps were lit. Even with Ning Ke's reaction speed, he couldn't react. Just when the 16,000th lamp was lit, Sang Sang finally made a move. She stretched out her right index finger and gently pressed against the bottom of the copper oil lamp. The expression of the Dipankara Buddha changed slightly. Even the ancient Buddha couldn't compete with heaven. The copper oil lamp in the hands of the Dipankara Buddha could no longer be put down. Ning Ke shook his wrist, and the iron cutlass was placed in front of his forearm, sweeping across the neck of the Dipankara Buddha. The head of the Dipankara Buddha didn't fall, but there was a very clear cut on his neck. There was still no blood in the cut, only a very strong golden light, and then there was flowing gold slowly seeping out along the cut, wetting the robe of the ancient Buddha, and dripping to the ground. The gold-like liquid was the breath of the Buddha, which contained infinite Buddha's power and Buddha's will. It turned into a golden fog in the wind, and the light that was refracted was the Buddha's light. Ning Ke's expression changed slightly. He held Sang Sang's hand and ran to the other end of the street. He was so fast that he didn't have time to look back to see whether the Dipankara Buddha was dead or alive. He just ran desperately, and didn't stop until he ran to the end of the long street. Sang Sang's face was very pale, and her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was in great pain. Looking at the drop of golden liquid on the hem of her flowery indigo dress, Ning Ke knew that he still couldn't avoid it. "Next time stand behind me, and the Buddha's light won't fall on you." He pulled Sang Sang in front of him, looked into her eyes, and said very seriously. Sang Sang looked at the tip of her shoe, and whispered, "I'm afraid that I will get lost." Ning Ke was silent for a moment, and then he untied the heavy luggage, took out the arrow box and the brocade bag containing the fu paper, and threw away everything else, including the pickle jar. He carried her on his back, tied their bodies with a rope, and handed the big black umbrella to her. With the arrow box in one hand and the iron cutlass in the other, he walked toward the direction of the city gate. On the street, the pickle jar had cracked, giving off a fragrance that only an old jar could have. Ning Ke walked out of Chaoyang City with Sang Sang on his back, and met many Buddhas along the way. The officials of the Academy of Music, holding the sound device, turned into the best sound Buddha. The storyteller in the tile alley turned into the Nanju Buddha. The Buddha in a small temple turned into the Dharma Buddha. Many people turned into Buddhas and were killed by him. Ning Ke couldn't understand why these people turned into Buddhas, why there were so many Buddhas, where did these Buddhas come from, and why did they become Buddhas? Everyone can become Buddhas. Sang Sang leaned on his shoulder, and said weakly, "This is the business of the masses." Chapter 2, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 975. The serfs living in the underground world under the Xiankong temple only knew the round sky and the Buddha. They had no choice, so their faith was the purest. In the human world, there were many devout Buddhist believers like them. After countless generations, the believers died, and their awareness came to the chessboard of the Buddha, forming the nirvana. According to Buddhism, what kind of world could be qualified to be called the nirvana? That was the world where everyone could become Buddha. In Chaoyang City at this time, all the servants, peddlers, officials, and monks were merciful and chanting. They were Buddhas, all of them were Buddhas. Ning Ke and Sang Sang wanted to know what Buddha would do to kill them after they woke up. Now they saw the answer: all living beings were doing business with all living beings. Men, women, old, and young all became Buddhas and surrounded them. They looked solemn and merciful, chanting scriptures. They did not mention killing, but the intention of all living beings was to kill Haotian and Sang Sang. There was a man who had carried a load for decades and had calluses on his shoulders. He was a thick-shouldered Buddha. There was a girl who was enlightened by the rising sun. He was a Buddha who was born in the sun. There was an old man who was fishing in the river. He was a Buddha who was enlightened by the net. There was also a Buddha of fame, a Buddha of Dharma, a Buddha of light, a Buddha of various colors, a Buddha of incense, a Buddha of light, a Buddha of all righteousness, and many other Buddhas with no names. The whole city was crowded with Buddhas. One Buddha stepped on another Buddha's kasaya, and another Buddha smashed the jade flower in the Buddha's hand. The Buddhas squeezed and pushed each other toward Ning Ke and Sang Sang. Looking at this shocking scene, Ning Ke seemed to go back to those years in Chaoyang City. Countless people wanted to kill Sang Sang, the daughter of Yama, who was on his back. When he saw that the man who played monkey tricks also became a Buddha, and even the monkey on his shoulder became a bad-tempered fighting Buddha, he could not bear it anymore and rushed over with his iron cutlass. He had killed many Buddhas on his way out of the city. He wanted to stop for a while. Because all Buddhas had Dharma, they were not easy to kill. More importantly, he knew that these Buddhas would turn into Buddha's light after they were killed, which would make Sang Sang suffer. However, if he didn't kill these Buddhas, he wouldn't be able to escape from Chaoyang City with Sang Sang on his back. He could only hold the iron saber and hack at those Buddhas. It was as if someone was sweeping the floor with a bamboo broom. The black iron knife danced back and forth among the solemn-looking Buddhas. The blade cut through the necks and chests of the Buddhas. Countless Buddhas fell. The black blade was covered with golden liquid and then turned into pure light. Suvajra Buddha was dead. He fell to the ground as if he was in a deep slumber. Then, he was trampled into golden pieces by the other Buddhas. Thick Shoulders Buddha was dead. His right shoulder had been completely sliced off by the iron blade. He looked like an unfinished golden statue. Sun Rebirth Buddha was dead. A golden scar appeared on the girl's beautiful face. It looked extremely terrifying. Ning Ke waved his cutlass and moved forward. Every time the iron cutlass fell, a Buddha would die. There was no emotion on his face. No matter who was in front of him, whether it was an old man or a child, they were all cut in half. When the Buddhas were injured, they wouldn't bleed. Only golden liquid flowed out. However, the scene was still bloody. Ning Ke was extremely cold-blooded, even more cold-blooded than he was in Chaoyang City. On the night when the academy climbed the mountain, he had been so cold-blooded. No matter who stood in his way, whether they were old acquaintances or new acquaintances, relatives or friends, they were all killed by him. Because he knew they were all dead. These Buddhas were also dead. Since they were already dead, it was not a big deal to kill them again. Of course, Buddhas were Buddhas after all. Each of them had their own tools. Although Ning Ke had become very powerful and had the help of Sang Sang, it was still very difficult for him to kill them. To kill all the Buddhas, he had never thought about it. Ning Ke cut off the neck of the smiling Buddha. Looking at the smiling Buddha's head on the ground, Ning Ke felt a little tired. At this moment, a Buddha's power fell from the sky and attacked his back from the right. It was a shining golden brick thrown by the Buddha from afar. If Ning Ke didn't move, the golden brick with infinite Buddha's power would fall on Sang Sang. He could only dodge it hurriedly and let the brick hit the top of his right arm. There was a muffled sound. Ning Ke felt as if his soul was about to be slapped out of his body by the golden brick. He spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. Sang Sang was also affected and spat out a mouthful of blood, which wet his collar. If a cultivator from the Buddhism or Taoism sect was hit by the Buddha's golden brick, his arm bones would have been broken. Fortunately, he had mastered the Great Spirit and his body was as hard as Vajra. He only felt pain. With a clang, he sheathed the iron cutlass and took the iron bow from his shoulder. He pulled the bowstring to a full moon and shot at the Buddha in the distance. There was no arrow on the bowstring. It was just an empty shot. However, in the next moment, an extremely deep crack appeared on the chest of the Sumra Buddha. Golden liquid continuously flowed out of the crack. The shape was extremely similar to a bow. Ning Ke killed the Buddha with the bowstring. Finally reaching the city gate, he was still surrounded by Buddhas. Those Buddhas shed a lot of blood and turned into countless lights, which clearly illuminated the shabby city gate of Chaoyang City. In the Buddha's light, Sang Sang's face became paler and paler. The Buddha's method was to kill the heaven with the Buddha's light, which was what she was most afraid of. Ning Ke clearly felt her pain. His heart trembled and even began to hurt, but he ignored it and did not comfort her. He continued to rush toward the field outside the city gate. He held the iron bow with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. Buzzing, 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 as if the string of a zither was broken or someone was playing cotton, the Buddhas around the city gate cracked and died. The Buddha's light seeped out from those cracks and filled the field, becoming more and more intense. Sang Sang frowned more and more, and spat out more and more blood. Sang Sang woke up with a start and looked at the dark bottom of the cave silently. Her eyes were a little dim, and no one knew what she was thinking. Ning Ke held her in his arms and asked, "What's wrong?" Sang Sang said, "I had a nightmare." Ning Ke was stunned. He forced a smile and asked, "That's new. What did you dream about?" Haotian could not dream, only mortals could. She began to dream, which meant that she began to become a real mortal. Whether it was the secular world left in her by the headmaster of academy or the three poisons of greed, anger, and obsession, they were all becoming stronger and stronger. I dreamed of a lot of Buddhas. They picked up knives and cut their faces and bodies to make themselves bleed. They squeezed the wounds hard to make the blood flow faster, but there was no expression of pain on their faces. Some Buddhas were burning firewood to make the blood evaporate faster. Some Buddhas even jumped down from the cliff. Sang Sang's face was expressionless, but there was fear in her eyes. Ning Ke's fingers became slightly cold as he thought of those scenes when he rushed out of Chaoyang City. Sang Sang was very weak now. This world full of Buddha's light was too scary for her. Hold on a little longer. He gently stroked her back. If I go on like this, I will die. There was still no expression on Sang Sang's face. In addition to fear, there was also pain in her eyes. Death meant the end, an eternal sleep. For any existence with self-consciousness, this was the most terrible thing. She had never thought that she would die, so she had never been afraid until now. Ning Ke said, "I won't let you die." Sang Sang said, "You have said this many times. There is no other meaning except to comfort yourself." Ning Ke looked into her eyes and said, "The ending of the story should not be like this. Now that we have woken up, we must be able to find a way to leave." Sang Sang said, "You said before that this is not a story in a book." Ning Ke said, "No matter what the story is, I am the hero and you are the heroine. So we should not die. Maybe, in this story, we are just supporting roles." Sang Sang looked at the dark night sky outside the cave, looked at the Buddha's light gradually spreading in the field, and listened to the sutra gradually becoming clearer. She said, "Because this is the story of Buddha." Ning Ke was silent for a long time and said, "Sleep a little longer. We can still stay for a while. Sang Sang turned to one side and continued to sleep. Ning Ke sat beside her and looked at her frowning eyebrows, aggrieved lips, and painful expression from time to time. He felt very sad and reached out to smooth her eyebrows. Sang Sang never showed a painful expression when she was awake. They left the cave in the early morning and continued to walk south according to the original plan. It did not take long before they entered the deep forest with dense vegetation. Ning Ke relaxed a little. He thought that this place was so desolate that it could not be like Chaoyang City, where there were Buddhas and Buddha's light everywhere. He was right, but not accurate enough. There were indeed not so many Buddhas in the deep forest in the south, but there were still Buddhas. The woodcutter they met on the mountain road was a Buddha. In the middle of the night, another Buddha came riding a spotted tiger. Ning Ke continued to kill Buddhas. It was very hard and he got more and more injuries. Sang Sang also became weaker and weaker. Under the torture of the 3 poisons, her face was as pale as snow. In order to relax, he began to sing the song of the black pig again. Sang Sang was very unhappy and wanted to pretend to be black. But her face was too pale and did not look threatening at all. She shouted angrily, "You only know how to bully me when I am weak." Ning Ke reached behind and patted her buttocks. He said, "It's the Buddha who poisoned you. It has nothing to do with me. It's true that I bully you, but I can't take advantage of you." At this moment, a wild boar covered in black mud jumped out of the forest. The wild boar looked at Ning Ke foolishly and ran away as soon as it felt the danger. Sang Sang said weakly, "The crow landed on the back of the pig. The bald donkey and the academy are all evil." With a strange caw, a black crow flew over and landed somewhere in the forest. After a moment, the wild boar covered in black mud walked out of the forest dejectedly. The black crow stood on its back, flaunting its might. Sang Sang said, "We will eat pork tonight." Ning Ke said angrily, "The crow landed on the back of the pig. You are on my back. Am I a pig?" Sang Sang leaned on his shoulder and whispered, "If you are not a pig, why are you here? It's July in the blink of an eye. Please vote for Jiang Yi with your guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Thank you. I will continue to write. There is one more chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 976. Ning Ke laughed. He knew what she meant and understood that she was expressing her affection. What was even better was that there was also her affection in her words, so he was very happy. They killed a wild boar by the stream and made a bonfire. The meat sizzled on the fire, and the oil gradually flowed. The aroma permeated the air. The two of them had a full meal and then rested. Ning Ke thought of what she said during the day and said, "Don't compare the academy with the Buddhism sect in the future. You can say whatever you want about the academy, but not about the Buddhism sect." Sang Sang lay on the ground that was warmed by the fire and asked, "Why?" Ning Ke said, "Is the academy so disgusting?" Sang Sang smiled and said, "Your teacher injected the power of the human world into my body, and then you took me to the world to turn me into a human being. Buddha also planted the 3 poisons of greed, obsession and anger in my body to turn me into a human being. What's the difference between the two?" Ning Ke was sharpening the iron cutlass by the stream. When he heard this, he stopped and thought for a while before saying, "The difference is that Buddha turned you into a human being to kill you." Sang Sang said, "What about the academy? Do they just want to turn me into a human being? If it weren't for you, I would be so weak. Would the people in the academy want to kill me?" Ning Ke said, "The word 'if' explains everything. There is no 'if' in the world. I have always been by your side, so the academy will naturally not want to kill you." Sang Sang asked, "Even if I kill Kuharan?" Ning Ke was silent for a while and said, "Not counting the time in the chessboard, you have been in the human world for 20 years. Only during these 20 years, you are Sang Sang. Sang Sang understood what he meant. She should not be responsible for what happened before she was born. The academy did not blame her for youngest uncle's death, but Haotian. Sang Sang asked, what if your teacher was killed by me in the end? Ning Ke was a little depressed and said, can't you say something interesting? I have said that there is no if in the world. Can you not be so annoying? Don't be so boring. Sang Sang smiled and said, then let's say something interesting. Where are we going next? If they could meet a Buddha in such a remote mountain, it could be imagined that danger was everywhere in the world of the chessboard. The Buddhas of all living beings were looking for them. There was no point in continuing to walk aimlessly like this. Even if they could walk to the end of the southernmost sky, they would still not be able to find a way out of the chessboard. Ning Ke asked, if the poison in your body is removed, can you break this chessboard? Sang Sang said, you just said that there are no ifs in this world. Ning Ke sighed, don't be naughty. Sang Sang said, if not, why would we leave Chaoyang City? Ning Ke said, according to the Buddhists, only by practicing Buddhism can we get rid of the 3 poisons of greed, anger, and obsession. Sang Sang said, that's a lie. Ning Ke said, the Buddhist scriptures are not fairy tales. I think it makes sense. Sang Sang said, unless you become a real Buddha, it's hard to get rid of the 3 poisons. Ning Ke wiped the water on the blade and walked back to her. He looked at her eyes quietly and said, do you want to try to become a Buddha? In his opinion, if she could become a Buddha here, she would be able to get rid of the 3 poisons of greed, anger, and obsession in her body. Even the Buddhas of all living beings would not be able to threaten her. Sang Sang said, no. Ning Ke slightly frowned and asked, why not? Sang Sang answered with his previous answer, it's disgusting. Ning Ke felt helpless and said, being alive is more important than anything else. Just bear with it. Sang Sang said, this is the world of Buddha. I can't become a Buddha here. Ning Ke thought for a long time and said, I have to try. Some things had to be tried because there was no other choice. As the old saying in the academy went, the last choice was the best choice because it was the only choice. Sang Sang asked, what do you want to try? Ning Ke looked across the stream to the far east and said, I want to try to find Buddha. Sang Sang smiled and said, and then? Can you kill him? Ning Ke said, no, but I'm going to see him. In the morning, the two woke up by the stream. The bonfire had been burnt to ashes, but it was still warm. Ning Ke tied Sang Sang to his back and held up the big black umbrella. They continued to climb to the top of the mountain through the thick fog. But instead of continuing to the south, he turned to the east. Sang Sang opened her eyes and looked in the direction without saying anything. It was difficult to walk in the dense forest. Ning Ke used the iron cutlass to clear the way. After walking for 2 days and 1 night, they finally walked out of the mountains and came to the open grassland. He carried Sang Sang on his back and continued to move forward. It had been raining on the grassland for a few days. His feet stepped on the soft ground and left clear footprints, forming a straight line aimed at the far east. When there were more than 100 footprints on the grassland, the ground suddenly sank and the straight line became real. The soil cracked and the grass was swallowed up. It was pitch black. Heaven and earth shook uneasily. Those patrolling light in the dark sky suddenly came to the top of Ning Ke and Sang Sang. Because of the big black umbrella, the light did not fall. Those lights seemed to be suspended in the dark sky. The front of the light became brighter and brighter, and then suddenly exploded, sprinkling countless golden flowers on the ground. Ning Ke stopped and turned to the northwest. He saw some light in the dark sky, which should be the reflection of the Buddha's light on the ground. It could be imagined how many Buddhas there were. Sang Sang looked there and said, I heard their chanting. They are afraid. Buddha is afraid. Ning Ke said. Sang Sang said, Buddha is in nirvana, so he doesn't know these things. Nirvana was the superposition of life and death. It could also be simply understood as a deep sleep. Buddha didn't know that they were walking to the east, so how could he be afraid? Then it's the world that's afraid. Ning-Kei looked to the far east and said, "We are in the right direction. Buddha is there." Sang-Sang leaned on him and scratched his ear with her fingers. She said, "Are you really going to find Buddha?" Ning-Kei said, "Of course, I want to see Buddha. I want to see him." Sang-Sang's movement was slightly stiff. She said, "If you go to see him, he will wake up." Ning-Kei raised the hilt and scratched it. He said, "I want him to wake up." Sang-Sang said seriously, "If I were not poisoned in the past, I would have gone to find him, wake him up, and then kill him. But now I can't kill him, and you can't kill him either." Ning-Kei said, "You are wrong about one thing. Waking up is just a description. The correct description should be that I will know whether Buddha is dead or alive when I see him." Sang-Sang said, "Then?" Ning-Kei said, "Then the Buddha might be alive or dead. In other words, his life and death are in our hands, and we have a 50-50 chance of winning." Sang-Sang said, "You are gambling with your life." Ning-Kei said with a smile, "I am gambling with Buddha's life." Sang-Sang said, "I am also gambling with my life." Ning-Kei said, "We are all going to die. Why not? We have at least a 50% chance of winning." Sang-Sang said, "I don't like gambling with my life." Ning-Kei asked, "Why?" Sang-Sang said, "Because Haotian doesn't play dice." Haotian was omniscient and omnipotent. Heaven could calculate everything and control everything. So of course, she was not willing to play dice, because she could not control it. Ning-Kei knew that this was Sang-Sang's instinct. But he also knew that she was not omniscient and omnipotent now. If they did not go to see Buddha and gamble with their lives, they would die in the end. Fortunately, she was on his back now. She could not control where he wanted to go. After walking through the grassland after the rain and the barren fields, they came to a hill. Ning-Kei noticed that the light of Buddha in the sky behind him was getting brighter and brighter, which meant that the Buddhas in this world had gradually gathered and were getting closer and closer to them. He quickened his pace. After walking through the hills for 3 days, they came to a large forest. Countless redwoods towered into the clouds in front of him. The mist in the forest was like smoke, like a world of smoke. There was a faint sound of water in the distance ahead. An ordinary-looking monk walked out from behind a redwood tree. A fat rich man walked out from behind another redwood. More and more people walked out from behind the trees. All the Buddhas in this world had become Buddhas, and all the Buddhas had come here. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them. Many Buddhas had chased them here from Chaoyang City. Their bodies were still covered with wounds caused by Ning-Kei's swords and arrows. Golden liquid kept oozing out of the wounds, which turned into Buddha's light when they met the wind. The light of Buddha instantly dispersed the mist in the forest. All the Buddhas bowed to Ning-Kei and Sang-Sang with their palms pressed together. Then they began to chant with great compassion. Sang-Sang's face was pale. She looked at the countless Buddhas in the forest and said with disgust, "It's annoying." The golden light of Buddha permeated the forest. It was very quiet in the forest. Only the sound of chanting could be heard. Countless Buddhas looked solemn and compassionate. However, in Ning-Kei's eyes, this scene was so gloomy. He did not speak. He bent the iron bow and shot an arrow. The redwood was stained with golden blood. A Buddha sat cross-legged beside it. There was a very deep wound on its chest and abdomen. The wound was slightly curved, and golden liquid flowed out of the wound and turned into the light of Buddha. The light of Buddha in the forest became brighter, and Sang-Sang was in more pain. Ning-Kei looked very solemn. In the process of escaping, these Buddhas resisted less and less. They no longer used any celestial devices. It even felt like they were waiting for him to kill them. When he killed a Buddha, the light of Buddha in the world became brighter, and Sang-Sang was one step closer to death. He had to kill them now. Even if he made up his mind to kill them, he could not kill them all. Get out of the way. If Buddhas stand in my way, I will kill Buddhas. If people stand in my way. Ning Ke looked at the countless Buddhas in the forest and shouted. He wanted to say, if people stand in my way, I will kill Buddhas. But thinking that there was no one in this world, he said, if Buddhas stand in my way, I will still kill Buddhas. Before his voice died away, he rushed into the forest with Sang Sang on his back. The Great Spirit was suddenly raised to the peak, and he turned into a lightning-fast shadow. The brocade pouch was broken, and dozens of talismans glowed in the dense forest. The iron cutlass slashed horizontally and vertically, the vermilion bird screamed incessantly, the horrible flames swept everywhere, the iron bow clanged, and countless redwood trees that were difficult to surround collapsed. In a very short period of time, Ning Ke used all his most powerful skills. At least dozens of Buddhas fell in a pool of blood, which showed that he was extremely powerful. However, no matter how hard he killed, the chanting in the forest did not stop. There was no reaction on the faces of the Buddhas except pity. The road to the far east was still blocked. The death of dozens of Buddhas dyed the gloomy forest with extremely bright gold. The light of Buddha became unprecedentedly bright and even gave people a feeling of firmness. The light of Buddha was so strong that it forcibly broke the gaps behind the black umbrella and fell on Sang Sang. She leaned weakly on his shoulder and kept coughing up blood. Ning Ke felt extremely cold, and his hand holding the cutlass began to tremble. You can't die. He looked at the blood dripping from his body and said with a pale face. Sang Sang could not stand it anymore. She whispered in his ear, I want to come in. Ning Ke did not understand what she meant by this. The next moment, he felt that there was one more person in his body. Sang Sang was still on his back. Sang Sang had entered his body. The big black umbrella could not protect her anymore. She could only hope that Ning Ke could protect her. Ning Ke lowered his head and kept silent for a long time. His breath gradually calmed down and gradually matched the breathing rhythm of Sang Sang's divine body on his back until they were completely the same. He did not understand what had happened, but he knew that Sang Sang must have paid a great price. He raised his head and put the big black umbrella on his back. He looked at the countless Buddhas in the forest and said, Now, let's fight again. The 200,000 words were completed in June. The following is a single chapter. In July, let's fight for the first place. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 977. A few nights ago, while writing, I went out to walk the dog with my wife. It was already late at night. I looked up at the sky and squinted my eyes because of the dazzling light. Although I am a person who likes to exaggerate, this is really not an exaggeration. There is a full moon in the night sky, very bright. That night, I said in the chapter that the teacher should be in a good state at this time, but I am not in a good state. Yes, I have some personal matters to deal with at home, so I am more anxious. I will return to Hubei on Wednesday or Thursday, but this will not affect me from saying the following sentence. In July, I hope to get the first place in the monthly votes list. Readers are actually very clear that I take 2 years to write a book. This pace has been maintained for a long time. 8 years have passed just like that. Coming Night was published in August 2 years ago, and it is almost 2 years now. The wind rises and the rain falls, and the night is coming. The song ends and people leave. This story of Coming Night is also coming to an end. If it is written quickly, it will probably be finished in August. If it is slow, it will be in September. In other words, July is the last complete month of Coming Night, the last full moon. I hope this July can be as bright and beautiful as a real full moon. It seems that we have to fight for the monthly votes list now, but I do not want the last full moon of Coming Night to be spent in a nervous and anxious mood, and I do not want everyone to read without a calm and joyful mood. So this month, I hope to fight for the monthly votes in a serious, lively, and joyful atmosphere. I will work hard, and I will make a great effort to guarantee at least 200,000 this month. Everyone, please accompany me to spend this month happily. What kind of rhythm is the happiest? Of course, to fight for the monthly votes and finally get the first place. This is indeed difficult, but the more difficult it is, the happier it is, right? No matter the ending, I will work hard during the process, and your happiness is the most important. The last full moon, please spend with me. Please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes, and draw a perfect temporary end to our Jianghu in the past 2 years. Thank you, everyone. Please. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 978. The forest was dark and gloomy. The Buddhas were emitting a faint golden light, like countless oil lamps. Seeing Ning Ke standing with the cutlass, the Buddhas had different reactions. Some were sad, some were angry, and some were in awe. The Buddhas sensed that Ning Ke had undergone some important changes and realized that those changes would have some impact on the Buddha's nirvana. But they didn't know what those changes were. Ning Ke didn't understand them either. He knew that Sangsang's body was still on his back, but she had entered his body. He felt full of strength and fearless. The chanting sounded again in the forest. The golden light shone brightly. Countless Buddhas appeared everywhere and slowly surrounded him, leaving no way for him to leave. The Buddhas looked at him with compassion. However, from Chaoyang City until now, the Buddhas had never tried to persuade and enlighten him, nor did they have any real communication with Ning Quebec. Because Ning Ke refused to communicate with them. Any differences would have to be solved by force. It was still the same at this moment. He took a deep breath and his eyes became unusually bright. He held the cutlass tightly and slowly raised it. Then he chopped it twice casually toward the forest in front of him. 2 blades that were hundreds of miles long appeared in the gloomy forest. The wind howled, and the moss on the ground was flipped up, the weeds were lowered, and the rocks were cracked. Wherever the blade passed, nothing could maintain its original form. Those living Buddhas standing in the area of the blade were directly crushed into pieces by the blade, and the golden powder filled the air. If the Buddhas were in the clouds and overlooking the wilderness, they should be able to see a huge character that was hundreds of miles long in the forest. The character was simple and yet so brutal. Writing a divine talisman with an iron cutlass. Ning Ke wrote such a huge divine talisman that ran through the entire forest. The terrifying talisman indifferently and valiantly cut everything it came into contact with. The bark of the giant redwood trees, which couldn't be closed even if several people were to encircle it, showed clear cracks. Even the whistling wind was cut into countless pieces by the talisman and turned into a gentle breeze, blowing the golden powder into the sky. Ning Ke waved his blade twice, and at least hundreds of Buddhas died in front of the divine talisman. However, there were still many Buddhas in the forest. They looked determined and continued to walk toward him. The talisman originated from the first talisman he had mastered, 2 horizontal talisman, which was derived from the most powerful Jing talisman of Master Yensei. When it was practiced to the extreme, it could even cut the space, let alone these Buddhas. If he stayed in the talisman at this time, he did not need to worry about the arrival of those Buddhas. However, talisman Taoism had its own congenital limitations. Talisman intent could not stay in nature forever. No matter how powerful a divine talisman was, it would gradually disperse with the passage of time. What should they do then? Ning Ke had never thought of saving his life with this grand and domineering divine talisman. He said that he would fight with these Buddhas again, so he could only attack. A clear roar rose from the ground into the sky and spread into the depths of the forest. It was as if heaven and earth were excited by this proud and ruthless roar. The dark forest suddenly brightened up. With the roar, Ning Ke stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot. Deep cracks appeared on the ground within dozens of feet. He held the iron cutlass horizontally with both hands and rushed into the forest. The two sharp talisman intents that ran through the forest also began to move slowly and unstoppably toward the east as he swept forward and the iron cutlass horizontally. Talisman Taoism was essentially different from other cultivation methods. Talisman Taoism needed to explain its meaning to nature and then mobilize the qi of heaven and earth. Talisman Master's communication with nature was a request. In a sense, it was a passive behavior. Only in this way could a Talisman Master mobilize so much qi of heaven and earth. No Talisman Master could move with his talisman intent, because human beings could not have so much psyche power, and the real heaven and earth could not obey the orders of humble human beings. Ning Ke did it today, which had never happened in the history of human cultivation. The two sharp talisman intents were hundreds of miles long and ran through the whole forest. As Ning Ke moved forward with his cutlass horizontally, they turned into two invisible sharp giant cutlasses. Before the cutlass, everything in its way would be destroyed. Death's scythe was harvesting in the wheat field. How could wheat stalks escape? There were countless Buddhas in the forest. Some were tall, some were fat, and some were thin. Wherever the cutlass passed, some heads were cut off, some bodies were cut off, some skulls were cut off, and some legs were cut off. Countless Buddhas were bleeding and fell down. Golden blood flowed out of the bodies of those Buddhas and was cut into the finest pieces by the talisman intent. Then it turned into golden powder and floated in the forest. The dark world had long been bright. The Buddha's light was extremely bright. Ning Ke had suffered many injuries after fleeing for so many days. He was tired and haggard, and his face was a little pale. At this time, under the illumination of the Buddha's light, his face became even whiter. He squinted, lowered his head, and continued to rush forward with his cutlass horizontally. There was no trace of fear on his face. If he still carried Sang Sang on his back, even if he held the big black umbrella, Sang Sang would be killed by the Buddha's light. But now he only carried Sang Sang's body, and Sang Sang was in his body. There was the sound of water coming from the east of the forest. He rushed in that direction. In front of the iron cutlass, the majestic divine talisman of E also moved forward. Countless tree barks and golden Buddha's blood splashed into the air. Countless Buddhas fell to the ground. There were no screams or whines in the forest, but only the chanting of sutras full of compassion. Those chanting would often stop abruptly, which meant that the Buddha had died under the invisible cutlass. Ning Ke kept running with his head lowered. He did not know how long he had been running until he felt that his hands holding the iron cutlass began to tremble and his breathing became rapid again. The sound of water murmuring was very quiet and gentle. A big river appeared in front of him. He rushed out of the forest with Sang Sang on his back. He looked back and saw that the forest was full of golden light. Then, starting from the far west, redwood trees fell one after another. The earth shook, and countless smoke and dust rose. Those redwood trees were all cut by the talisman. But the talisman was so sharp that the giant trees did not fall. Until one tree fell, and then all the other trees were shaken down. The redwood trees were very tall, straight into the clouds. The shortest one was hundreds of feet high. As these giant trees fell, smoke and dust filled the air and rose to the sky. In the midst of it, there was a faint cry of the goshawk. These goshawks built their nests on the top of the redwood trees. Now they could only fly to other places. The forest with a radius of hundreds of miles was just flattened. Countless giant trees stacked together, smashing the wet ground into a mess. As for the Buddhas in the forest, they were not lucky enough to survive. 3,333 Buddhas died in the forest. Thank you, everyone. This chapter is 2,000 words. Please continue to write. Please vote enthusiastically and let us sit in the first place. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 979. One talisman. 2 blades. Hundreds of miles. 3,000 Buddhas. It could not even be called a divine talisman. It was a heavenly talisman. There had never been such a powerful talisman in the human world. Master Yen Sei didn't write it, neither did the master of calligraphy. It had never appeared in the past tens of thousands of years. Ning Ke was now at the peak of knowing destiny state and a very powerful divine talisman master. But he had not surpassed the 5 states, so it was impossible for him to write this talisman. But now Sang Sang was in his body. Even if she was weak and about to die, a drop of divine power was like a sea to the human world. Because she was the sky. Ning Ke used the sea. He used the sky to command the world, so he could write this heavenly talisman. This was the real oneness of heaven and man. Who could resist it? Countless redwoods collapsed, and the forest was destroyed. Within hundreds of miles, only smoke and dust could be seen. Only the howling of eagles and beasts could be heard. The light of Buddha was still shining, but the Buddhas were dead. Ning Ke looked into the distance. There was a golden shimmer on the edge of the dark sky. He knew there were still many Buddhas in this world. They were coming here, and he did not know when he would catch up with them. He turned around and looked at the river in front of him. The river was about 1,000 feet wide. The water was gentle and clear. Except for some ripples near the shore, the rest of the water was as calm as a mirror. He could even see the stones and fish at the bottom of the river. The river ran through the north and south of the chessboard world. No one could see the source or the end. If he wanted to go to the east, he had to cross the river. Ning Ke looked at the far east of the river and frowned slightly. He walked to the redwood that fell on the sand by the river. He raised the iron cutlass and cut the huge trunk. Then he cleaned the trunk with the iron cutlass and carefully cut the other side of the trunk. It did not take long for a wooden boat to take shape under the iron cutlass. But he did not stop. He kept cutting off the extra wood with the iron cutlass. He was very careful and patient. It seemed that he did not care at all. Countless Buddhas in the chessboard world were coming to the river. The heavy iron cutlass became a small carving knife in his hand. It seemed that he was carving on the trunk of the redwood without missing any details. In the end, he even carved a flower on the side of the wooden boat. He knew what he was doing. He was practicing. The wooden boat was finally completed. It looked very exquisite. He even used an iron knife to carve 2 oars. The surface of the oars was very smooth and there was not even a single wooden splinter. Only now did he feel satisfied. He put the iron cutlass back into the sheath with his trembling hand. He pushed the wooden boat into the river and climbed on of the boat silently until he reached 1/3 of the river. Buddha's chessboard world was full of Buddha's light and malice. Only when he came to the middle of the clear river did he feel a little safe and dare to untie Sang Sang from his back. He held Sang Sang in his arms and put his hand under her nose. He found that she was not breathing, but he knew that she was not dead. This body could not breathe for a long time. He knew king of deep of soft of sea. Of seas of souls of deep of seas, of king, of spirits, he, and, he, see, he. He knew Soft was not dead. Her consciousness or divine soul in his body had entered a very strange state. It was like a deep sleep, and he did not know when she would wake up. Haotian's magic was something he could not understand. He was a little worried, but not too worried. That was why he was in the mood to pinch her nose. This action was very intimate, a common action between young couples. However, he and Soft Sang were a bit different. When Soft Sang was awake, he did not dare to do this. He had wanted to do all these things for a long time. He wanted to pinch her chubby cheeks, he wanted to pull her ears, he wanted to put his hands into her clothes for warmth and softness, he wanted to do all these intimate and wicked things. Although he could not do those intimate and evil things, he could do other things. Thinking of this, he kept pinching Soft Sang's face. After pulling her ears, he even pushed her nose up, making her look like a cute little pig. Ning Ke looked at her face and sang with a smile, "Hey, pig, I told you, I don't like being called a black pig." Soft Sang's voice suddenly sounded in his heart, "And if you dare to do these things to my body again, I will kill you." Ning Ke was shocked. Looking at her face in his arms, he asked uneasily, "Are you awake?" Soft Sang said, "I was not asleep. Do you want me to never wake up? That way, you can humiliate my body as you please and marry her." Soft Sang, lying in Ning Ke's arms, closed her eyes and motionless lips, like a sleeping god. But she was talking, which made him feel a little strange and difficult to adapt to. Hearing her words, he was a little annoyed and said, "What time is it? You only remember to be angry because of jealousy. The more you act like this, the more deeply you will be poisoned. When you really die, I will find her." Soft Sang said, "You go. If you don't go, you are my grandson." Ning Ke felt that she was like an unreasonable child, so he did not want to continue arguing with her. He asked, "What is going on now? Where are you?" Soft Sang said, "I am in your body." Ning Ke asked, "Where in my body?" "In my sense of perception." Soft Sang said, "I will be wherever you want me to be." Ning Ke thought for a while and said seriously, "I have always kept you in my heart. Of course, you should be in my heart." Soft Sang was silent for a while and said, "I am in your heart." Ning Ke laughed and said, "It sounds like you are shy." Soft Sang said, "I am not a human being. How can I have such humble feelings?" Ning Ke said, "Let me teach you. You were shy just now." Soft Sang said, "Boring." Ning Ke didn't have to worry about her being killed by the Buddha's light. He felt relaxed and happy. When he was about to quarrel with her again, he suddenly thought of something and complained, "Since you can leave the divine body, why didn't you do so earlier? Why were you hurt so badly by the Buddha's light?" Soft Sang and him were born together, so they could be one. But she was Haotian after all. When Ning Ke took the hierarch's Tianqi at the right to light in Peach Mountain, she only gave him a bit of divine power and he was bleeding everywhere. If she entered his body when she was at her peak, he would be dead. But now she was very weak, so she could use this method. Soft Sang didn't answer his question because she was annoyed. More importantly, there was a more important reason why she didn't enter his body. If she entered his body, her body and mind would become one. The bond between them would be so strong that it would be indescribable. It would be extremely difficult for her to leave in the future. Her silence made Ning Ke feel a little puzzled and a little uneasy. He thought about it but couldn't figure it out. He smiled and reached out to pat her face gently. Then he picked up the oars and continued rowing. The wooden boat slowly moved to the other side of the river. Just when the bow of the boat had just crossed the invisible line in the middle of the river, a large black cloud suddenly floated over from the eastern field on the other side of the river. The black cloud floated to the top of the river and stopped. The moisture contained in the cloud turned into rain and fell down. For a moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the wind and rain raged. The heavy rain hit his body and face, making him feel hot and painful. Soft Sang, who was lying in the boat, made splashing sounds. He knew that her divine body should be fine, but he still felt sorry for her when he saw this scene. He untied the big black umbrella and held it above Soft Sang, thinking that at least he had to protect her beautiful face. Well, there was a flower carved on the side of the boat. Soft Sang's face was so ordinary that she was not as beautiful as a flower. Ning Ke smiled and thought to himself. He waved the oars hard, making the wooden boat shoot through the wind and rain like an arrow. The trunk of the redwood tree was very wide and thick, and the wooden boat was very large and sturdy. No matter how wild the rain was, it was impossible for the boat to be filled with water in a short period of time. He was not worried, but what happened next made him frown slowly, and his expression gradually became solemn and vigilant. The heavy rain fell into the clear river, making countless splashes. The river gradually became muddy. It should be normal for the mountain torrents upstream to enter the river, or the rain was too strong and stirred up the mud at the bottom of the river. But it was not normal for the river to become muddy so quickly, and its color became as black as ink in an instant. The clouds in the sky were very dark, and so was the falling rain. It was as black as ink, and the river had also turned into ink. It began to emit a faint ink smell, and then various kinds of stinky odors. It was very strange. Without any hesitation, Ning Ke reached out to close the big black umbrella and put Sof Sang's body on his back again. He carefully tied her up with a rope, and then pulled out the iron cutlass with his trembling hand, aiming at the river. Previously on the shore, when he finished building the boat, his hand was also slightly trembling when he put away the cutlass. At this time, he pulled out the cutlass, because he was very tired. He had not slept since Sof Sang began to have nightmares. Suddenly, the wooden boat slowly sank into the river. Ning Ke looked inside the boat and saw no leakage, so the enemy must be in the river. The river was very clear, and the stones at the bottom of the river could be seen from the shore. But now, the river had become extremely dark. Even with Ning Ke's eyesight, he could not see the movement 1 foot under the water. The river was very strange, and even his psyche power perception seemed to be blocked. The wooden boat continued to sink into the river, but he did not even find the enemy. Then how could he deal with the enemy? Ning Ke knew that he had to leave. He stepped on the bottom of the boat, and the speed of the boat's sinking suddenly increased. His body had already risen into the air, and the next moment, he was ready to rush forward diagonally. There was still a distance of 4,000 feet from the shore. With his current state, it was difficult for him to rush so far in such a violent storm, but he wanted to try. Even if he would eventually fall into the water, as long as he could get closer to the shore, it would be easier to get rid of this strange river. Moreover, he reacted so quickly that it should be beyond the enemy's imagination, and disrupted their deployment. However, he did not expect that the enemy's reaction was beyond his imagination. The surface of the river was hit by the storm, and there were splashes everywhere. Just at the moment when Ning Ke just jumped up, a splash suddenly burst, and a white shadow pierced through the wind and rain like a ghost, and wrapped around his ankle. A huge force came from his ankle, but Ning Ke did not even look down. His wrist slightly shook, and a knife light flashed in the wind and rain, as bright as lightning. The white shadow suddenly broke, but then dozens of white shadows came out of the river like ghosts, entangled his whole body, and dozens of horrible forces dragged him down. The knife light was like lightning, illuminating the gloomy river surface. Dozens of white shadows were broken in front of the iron knife, but his forward momentum was also stopped, and he had to fall back on the boat. Ning Ke seemed to deal with it easily, but his heart was a little heavy. He did not understand what those dozens of white shadows were, and how could they bear such a strong force and forcibly pull him back. There was a cracking sound at his feet, and he looked down, only to find that the dozens of white shadows were whips, all made of white bones. What was more chilling was that those white bones were all human bones. These white bone whips seemed to be alive, and after being cut, they kept twisting and struggling, slapping the hull, making deep marks on the hard redwood, and finally collapsed into broken bones. At this moment, the wooden boat finally sank into the river. At the moment when the river was broken, the waves slightly rolled, and the dark water became a little clearer. Ning Ke finally saw clearly that there were countless hands around the boat. Those hands grabbed the bottom of the wooden boat and kept pulling down, so that the wooden boat would sink. The wooden boat was made of hard redwood, smooth and hard. How could those hands hold the boat so tightly? Those hands were as white as jade, but they were not beautiful. Like the white bone whips before, these hands had no flesh, only white bones, and their sharp bone fingers were deeply wedged in the boat's wall. Countless pairs of bone hands dragged the wooden boat, Ning Ke on the boat, and Sang Sang on Ning Ke's back into the depths of the dark river, as if they were going to drag them into hell. The river was dark, and he could not see or hear anything except for countless pairs of pale white bone hands. The surrounding darkness was deathly silent, which was extremely strange and terrifying. "Help me," Ning Ke said in his heart. Sang Sang heard his voice, and the next moment, his eyes became extremely bright, as if stars were exploding in them, and the infinite light was enshrouded in the purest Haotian divine light. Now, she was his eyes, and there was divine power in his eyes. Before his eyes, the dark river suddenly lightened and became clear, and his blocked vision was restored. Ning Ke saw the owners of those bone hands, those pale white skeletons. In the river around the sunken boat, there were tens of thousands of skeletons floating around, densely surrounding the boat. These skeletons had lived at the bottom of the river for many years. Some of the skeletons' bones had turned yellow, floating in the water, and were sometimes broken by the current. Some skeleton skulls were missing a big hole, and black fish were swimming in it. These skeletons looked at the sunken boat, and their black hole-like eye sockets were full of greed. Ning Ke's hearing had also recovered. He heard the rapid undercurrent, the mournful cries of ghosts from the depths of the dark river, and the cheerful laughter of tens of thousands of skeletons. The laughter was so cheerful, but why did it sound so desperate? Thank you, everyone. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 980. My dears, Nightfall is now ranked first in the monthly votes rankings. This month's momentum is not bad. I am very grateful to everyone. I sincerely ask for everyone's continued support. I have already booked a flight ticket back to Hubei on Thursday. I will probably be in Hubei for most of this month. Apart from handling my work, I will definitely put my heart and soul into it. However, there will be a few days in between that will definitely be affected. As promised to everyone last night, I will write 200,000 words this month. This is the total number. I will definitely finish it on the last day. For the remaining days, please allow me to freely distribute them. If I have time, I will work hard to write. I will strive to save manuscripts. I will work hard to update. I might not see an explosion, but I will definitely be writing very seriously. I know that this is the critical moment at the beginning of the fight for the monthly votes. There is no benefit in talking about this. It will only have a negative impact. However, just like in the past, I should report the specific situation to everyone in advance. I feel that this way of getting along is something I am more used to. I believe that everyone will be able to accept it. Please help me build up the momentum of this full month. Please cast your precious monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please help me calm down. Of course, even if my heart is not calm, I will still write well. As the saying goes, as long as the heart is there, the dream is there. At worst, I will. What the heck? In short, I will leave it to everyone. Please cast your monthly votes. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to cast recommendation votes and monthly votes. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 981. There were tens of thousands of desperate skeletons in the dark river, giggling. Anyone who saw this scene would feel horrified, but Ning Ke's expression did not change at all. The river around the sunken ship gradually cleared. Haotian's divine light shone out of his eyes, illuminating the surroundings. Thousands of skeletons floating in the river looked at the light and somehow seemed a little dull. These skeletons had not seen the light for tens of thousands of years. They felt strange, but yearned for it. Then, in the depths of their consciousness, they gave birth to endless fear. The skeletons around the sunken ship suddenly peeled off, like weathered stones being washed away by the water. The remaining skeletons on the ship wall also instantly turned into smoke and dissipated. The skeletons finally came to their senses, screaming and fleeing into the dark river around them. Some skeletons covered their ears, not wanting to hear the screams of their companions. Some skeletons held their heads, as if they felt safer. However, no matter in the world of Haotian or the world of Buddha, who could run faster than light? Ning Ke stood on the sunken ship and looked around. Hao Tian's divine light shone brightly in the dark and gloomy river bottom. Countless skeletons were purified in the screams and turned into black smoke. The black smoke did not disperse, but surged toward the sunken ship. In a very short time, it soaked the river even darker, as if it were solid, and tightly surrounded him in it. Ning Ke's iron cutlass chopped forward, but he could not cut through the black smoke. The feeling from the edge of the cutlass was very strange. It was a little slippery and extremely thick, like some kind of leather or internal organs. Along with this strange feeling from the cutlass, there was also an extremely wild and strong desire. The desire was very pure, and there was nothing but greedy desire. Ning Ke felt a little stuffy in his chest. Thinking of the greedy look in the eye sockets of tens of thousands of skeletons, he was a little vigilant. He mobilized his psyche power, trying to force this desire out of his body. Thinking was also desire. When that desire met his strong psyche power, it was like fire meeting oil. It suddenly increased by countless times and burned fiercely, invading his consciousness. Ning Ke's heart was instantly paralyzed, and his face turned pale. He did not understand what had happened. Even if he could not force this desire out, why did this happen? The black smoke is a devil. Sang Sang said in his heart. Ning Ke still did not understand why these demons were formless. The devil of Buddhism is the devil of the heart. The poison of greed, anger, and delusion is also of the same category, but it is purer. It is in the heart and not in the body. I am in your heart, so your heart is poisoned. Sang Sang said, the devil of the heart entered the body, so the poison naturally broke out. The desire from the black smoke gradually penetrated deep and Ning Ke's heartbeat became chaotic. The three poisons of greed, aversion and obsession brought by Sang Sang finally broke out. Ning Ke was in so much pain that he spat a mouthful of blood into the black smoke in front of him. With a sizzling sound, the black smoke was burned by an invisible flame, twisting and twisting like a dark cloud in the wind. It seemed to be in extreme pain, and there was a faint feeling of pain coming from the depths. At this moment, Sang Sang was helping him. His body was filled with Hao Tian's divine light, and so was his blood. It was filled with the power of holy light. After his blood entered the black smoke, it began to be purified. Ning Ke knew what to do. He raised the iron cutlass and cut his palm hard. His great spirit had almost reached the advanced level, and his body was as hard as a rock. But this was his own intention. His iron cutlass was cold and ruthless, but it still cut his palm. Blood gradually seeped out and stained the black iron cutlass. He raised his head and held the cutlass tightly with his left hand, stabbing at the thick black smoke in front of him. The feeling from the cutlass was still tough and sticky, but as the blood on the cutlass seeped into the black smoke, the feeling gradually faded, and the cutlass gradually penetrated 1 foot into the black smoke. Ning Ke's great spirit rose, and his right hand hit the cutlass heavily like an iron hammer. The two powerful forces overlapped, like the waves on the river. With a puff, the iron cutlass completely sank into the black smoke. Countless Hao Tian's divine light spurted out from the iron cutlass, and the black smoke kept struggling, as if its internal organs were wriggling. It looked a little disgusting and a little scary. There was a strong burning smell in the black smoke. Light shone from the cutlass, and then spread around at a speed visible to the naked eye, illuminating the bottom of the river and revealing the true appearance of the devil inside. The devil of the heart was an illusory thing. It was shapeless and had no body. It was just the black smoke. But in the black smoke that hung at the bottom of the river like a curtain, there were countless wronged souls and desires. Ning Ke even saw his own face in it. He was very clear that if he continued to fight with the devil inside like this, he would eventually enter a battle at the level of consciousness. If it was in the past, he would naturally not be afraid. But now Sang Sang was in his heart, and he was also infected with the three poisons of greed, anger, and obsession. He absolutely refused to let the devil inside his body, which was too dangerous. Haotian's divine light continued to burn as if it was endless. The iron cutlass in the black smoke loosened a little. Ning Ke stood at the bow of the sunken ship, poured the Great Spirit into his arms, and pulled hard. There was a loud crashing sound. It was not the sound of water, because this was the bottom of the river, not the surface of the river. No matter how big the waves were, they would not make such a sound. It was the sound of the black smoke being cut. Thousands of ghosts, and more than a dozen sticky things formed by desires, gushed out from the cut made by the iron cutlass. Ning Ke pretended not to see this disgusting and strange scene. He lowered his head and continued to move his wrist. The iron cutlass kept moving in the black smoke, and in an instant, it was cut into countless pieces. The black curtain was broken, and the original body of the devil inside was destroyed. Just like the fish was broken, countless ghosts and sticky things formed by desires gushed out from the fish, like water gushing out from the fish, and gushed toward the sunken ship. Those sticky things formed by desires could not travel far after losing the devil's body, and slowly sank to the bottom of the river. Those ghosts, which were weightless, drifted along the current to the sunken ship. Countless ghosts avoided the iron cutlass that was burning with divine light and climbed onto Ning Ke's clothes. They began to desperately drill into his body, and kept making joyful cries. Their cries were weak and thin, like mosquitoes. Many ghosts fell on the sunken ship and crawled toward Sangsang's divine body. They felt that this body was more delicious and stronger, and so they cried even more joyfully. However, when these ghosts really climbed onto Sangsang's divine body, their joyful cries quickly turned into screams of horror, and the next moment, they were purified into nothingness. Ning Ke's eyes were like stars, and he could see everything clearly. He could feel the coldness coming from his skin. He could feel the extreme coldness brought by countless ghosts, as well as the hatred and unwillingness. It was very similar to the array intent of the secluded pavilion that he had felt on the precipice of Peach Mountain. With Sangsang's help, his body now had endless Haotian's divine light, but he could not purify these ghosts with his congenital power like Sangsang's divine body could. Logically speaking, he should have forced out the Haotian divine light in his body and directly burned these ghosts to death. However, thinking that Sang was deeply poisoned, and the battle after seeing Buddha was the most important thing, he wanted to save some energy, so he did nothing and let countless ghosts climb onto his body. In a very short time, the sunken ship was occupied by countless ghosts. The middle part of the ship where Sangsang's body was very clean, while the bow of the ship was much more lively and terrifying. Thousands of ghosts had squeezed into a huge black ball, like a school of fish at the bottom of the sea, and Ning Ke was in the deepest part. He looked through the ghosts in front of him and saw a ghost desperately drilling into his shoe. He lifted his knee and then fell down, trampling the ghost into several soul threads. As he moved, the resentful souls and imps attached to the surface of his body floated like seaweed, but none of them fell. Those ghosts greedily tore at his clothes, gnawed at his skin, and sent countless resentful thoughts into his body, wanting to drill into his flesh and soul. For cultivators, this situation was very terrible, but Ning Ke was very calm. He had experienced this feeling, or rather, the pain. He knew that as long as he was calm, there would be no danger. Since he was a child, he had walked between life and death and suffered all kinds of suffering in the world. Later, he entered the academy to cultivate the peerless Dharma, faced the wall in the Xiankong temple, and cultivated Buddhism in the world of the chessboard for countless years. When it came to calmness, how many people in the world could surpass him? Ning Ke did not move, and the ghosts in the river kept pouncing on the sunken ship. The soul mass became bigger and bigger, and was about to touch the water. He closed his eyes in the soul mass, waiting for the moment to come. After a while, most of the vengeful spirits and imps in the river came to the sunken ship and surrounded him. They kept humming complacently. Occasionally, a few imps floated outside, looking very anxious. Little ghosts, don't be too naughty, Ning Ke thought. With a slight change of his thoughts, an extremely bright red color appeared at the bottom of the dark river. Accompanied by an extremely violent whistling sound, the dark red vermilion bird flew away from the iron blade and danced around his body at a high speed. Wherever the vermilion bird's wings passed, the river water evaporated into bubbles and blazing fire spurted out. The ghosts around Ning Ke had no time to escape, and they all turned into smoke with a sad cry. In an instant, the bow of the ship became very clear. There was only the clear river water around Ning, Quebec. Where were the ghosts and the cold and resentful Psyche? More than a dozen ghosts did not squeeze into the ship. They were a little unwilling, but they did not expect the situation to change so dramatically. They desperately fled to the darkness of the river, screaming in horror. How could the vermilion bird let these evil things escape? With a fierce whistle, it flapped its wings and flew again, chasing those ghosts. With a light flap of its wings, those ghosts turned into smoke. However, when the vermilion bird was proud and ready to fly back to the sunken ship, a white shadow suddenly appeared in the dark river. It stretched out like lightning and tied up the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird screamed angrily and kept flapping its wings, but it could not move at all. Looking at this scene, Ning Ke was slightly shocked. He was very clear that as the killing talisman of the god-stunning array, the vermilion bird's strength was close to the peak of knowing destiny state. The white shadow could easily suppress it, so it must have the strength above the 5 states. What was that white shadow? Ning Ke felt that it was a little familiar. He took a closer look and found that it was indeed a white bone whip, but it was many times thicker than the ones on the river. At this moment, the white bone whip slowly moved out of the dark river. The vermilion bird was tied up by the white bone whip and could not escape. It was very miserable. Ning Ke looked at the white bone whip that was gradually moving out of the dark water, and his expression became more and more solemn. When he saw the huge figure behind the white bone whip, he was even more shocked and speechless. Yesterday's chapter name was not very suitable, so I did not use it. I directly used the new chapter name. I will try to finish the next chapter before 12:30. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 982. A white bone slowly protruded from the dark river. The scene was very strange and horrible. Behind the white bone, there was a huge black shadow, emitting infinite power. The river gradually parted, and the white bone moved forward. Then 2 more white bones appeared below. These 2 bones had no joints and were very smooth and sharp, looking like 2 spears. It turned out that the thick white bone that appeared at the beginning was not a whip at all, but a very long trunk. The flesh and thick skin on it were all gone, leaving only the ghastly white bone. Only an elephant's trunk could be so long, and the 2 sharp white bones below were elephant's tusks. Looking at the huge figure in the dark river, Ning Ke slowly clenched the hilt in his hand. A giant elephant appeared at the bottom of the river. It was dozens of feet high and as huge as a mountain. Compared with it, the sunken ship seemed very small. The flesh and blood on the elephant had long been eaten away, leaving only the ghastly white bone. The bone elephant slowly walked to the sunken ship, and the vermilion bird was wrapped in the front end of its long trunk, which was composed of countless fine white bones. The vermilion bird had no strength to struggle and seemed to be dying. As the giant bone elephant walked, a majestic and gloomy aura of Buddha pressed to the bow of the ship. Ning Ke's body became a little stiff, but he thought that the elephant's trunk should have no bones. This was the Buddha's nirvana, a hellish river bottom. The elephant's trunk should have bones, but the resentful soul refused to disperse. How could he reason with it? If he couldn't reason with it, then he could only fight. However, looking at the monk sitting on the back of the bone elephant and feeling the powerful Buddha's power, Ning Ke did not dare to fight casually. The monk wore a Buddhist crown decorated with 10 square gems, a kasaya embroidered with thousands of miles of golden threads, and a 9-ringed golden staff in his hand. The river passed through the head of the staff, making a crisp sound. Sitting on the back of the bone elephant, the monk seemed very small, but he was very tall. His face was compassionate and firm. Countless rivers flowed in front of him, but he was still calm, giving people a feeling of unfathomable. In this world, Ning-Ke had met many Buddhas, such as the masked Buddha transformed by monk Qingban, and the ancient Dipankara Buddha on the street. Some Buddhas were very powerful, and some were very weak. But no matter how powerful they were, they could not hold on for too long before he and Sang joined hands. It was not until now that Ning-Ke saw the skeletal elephant and the monk on its back that he knew that he and Sang had finally met a truly powerful opponent. He even felt a little scared. The skeletal elephant slowly walked to the sunken ship. The river gradually cleared. Ning-Ke looked at the monk and shouted, "Who are you?" The monk replied, "I am not a Buddha, I am a Bodhisattva." Ning-Ke was slightly startled and said, "I have seen countless Buddhas in this nirvana, but I have never seen any Buddha stronger than you. Why haven't you become a Buddha?" The monk replied calmly, "If hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha." These simple words made Ning-Ke silent for a long time. He asked with mixed emotions, "Ksitigarbha?" The monk looked resolute and compassionate. The jewels in the Buddhist crown and the golden threads on the kasaya shone brightly, illuminating the bottom of the river. Even the river of tens of thousands of miles became clear. The remaining skeletons and the wandering souls hiding in the dark river and mud all showed up. They were not afraid of the light of Buddha. Instead, they became much calmer and knelt down to the monk on the skeletal elephant. Countless skeletons and wandering souls bowed to him. There was a dense rubbing sound at the bottom of the river. It was the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Even the broken bones that were cut by Ning-Ke floated up. The dark river like hell was purified by great compassion. This was the state of Ksitigarbha. Although he was a bodhisattva, he emitted a stronger light of Buddha than any other Buddhas. If a Buddhist follower saw this scene, he would probably be moved to tears, kneeling and worshipping the monk on the bone elephant. Even Ning-Ke was a little moved, but he calmed down faster than Ning-Quebec. Only devout followers of Buddha would have their consciousness come to the chessboard and enter the nirvana after death. Then where did the resentful souls, imps, and skeletons under the river come from? Ksitigarbha seemed to know what Ning-Ke was thinking. He said slowly, "As long as the sinners believe in Buddha, they will also be brought to the nirvana after death. Heaven is also hell." Ning-Ke understood it quickly. He looked at Ksitigarbha and asked, "These sinful followers are brought to the chessboard after death and suppressed at the bottom of the river to suffer endless pain. How can they be empty?" Ksitigarbha looked at the ghosts at the bottom of the river and said mercifully, "As long as they sincerely convert to Buddha and achieve good results with good intentions and deeds, they will finally be freed." As soon as he said this, tens of thousands of ghosts bowed again and cried together. The river was full of repentance. Ning-Ke looked at Ksitigarbha and said, "You are the same as other Buddhas. You all like to talk nonsense." As soon as he said this, tens of thousands of ghosts rose together and were angry. The river was full of anger. Ksitigarbha was not angry. He put his palms together and asked, "Please enlighten me." Ning-Ke pointed at the ghosts and skeletons in the river and said, "Good intentions are easy to talk about. But this world is full of Buddhas. Where can they go to do good deeds? And if they were sinners when they were alive, they should be suppressed in hell and never be able to rise again. They can be freed by chanting a few words of Buddha. What will those who were harmed by them think?" Ksitigarbha said, "You are wrong." Ning-Ke was not willing to reason or talk about the Dharma. He raised the iron cutlass and stopped Ksitigarbha from talking. He looked at Ksitigarbha and his eyes became unusually bright, as if there was golden light overflowing. "Maybe I am wrong, but I will not be wrong. You are not Ksitigarbha at all." He looked at the monk and shouted, "Don't even think about escaping my fiery eyes. Quickly show your real body, or eat my staff." He felt that his words were proud and funny, but only Sang Sang in his heart understood it. Xitigarbha did not understand and looked a little lost. Countless ghosts began to roar angrily. How disrespectful it was to call Xitigarbha a fake bodhisattva in front of him. Xitigarbha was still not angry. He said with a smile, "If you say yes, then yes. If you say no, then no. It doesn't matter whether you are a bodhisattva or not. What matters is what you do." The ghosts at the bottom of the river were overjoyed and bowed again after hearing the wonderful words. Ning Ke was not moved and shouted, "Patience is as still as the earth, and meditation is as deep as a secret. I don't know which chief monk of Xiankong Temple you were when you were alive, but you cultivated the Vajra body. After you passed away, you came here to guard the ghost river. Buddha arranged a good job for you, but you are not ashamed to talk about mercy." Xitigarbha looked slightly serious and looked at him quietly. After a long time, he said, "I first opened the wisdom eye, and now I have the heavenly eye. You are right. I am the second chief monk of Xiankong Temple. The first chief monk of Xiankong Temple was Buddha, and he was the second chief monk, which meant he was Buddha's eldest disciple. From the perspective of the secular world and the cultivation world, he was the chief Buddha of Xiankong Temple." Ning Ke heard him admit it and thought that it was no wonder he had such a powerful state. He said sarcastically, "You are indeed a fake bodhisattva." Xitigarbha said, "Buddha was a secular prince when he was alive, and he became Buddha after nirvana. I was the chief monk of Xiankong Temple when I was alive, and I became a bodhisattva after nirvana. Why can't I?" Ning Ke was speechless and thought that it was true. Whether it was the Buddha's or the bodhisattva position, it was the Buddhism sect's own business, and they were all positions assigned by Buddha. Buddha made this monk Xitigarbha bodhisattva, so he was Xitigarbha bodhisattva. Even if Ning Ke saw through his previous life, what difference would it make? He had such a strong reaction because he felt that his feelings had been cheated. He was not a Buddhist, but he still admired Xitigarbha bodhisattva very much. But he did not expect, "You were the chief monk of Xiankong Temple when you were alive, so you naturally know the miserable world under the mountain. You swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. That is the real hell. You didn't even empty the hell in the human world, and that hell was even created by Buddha and you. How can you have the face to say these words?" Ning Ke stared at Xitigarbha bodhisattva on the back of the skeletal elephant and said, "My senior brother is now leading millions of hungry ghosts to break the hell you left behind. He wants to bring those hungry ghosts that have been suppressed by you for countless generations back to the human world. You swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. Even if someone wants to become a Buddha, it should be my senior brother. It's none of your business." After a while, the skeletal elephant sent the vermilion bird tied to its nose to its back. Xitigarbha reached out and took the vermilion bird. He looked at Ning Ke who was standing at the bow of the boat and said calmly, "Your bird is in my hands. It's none of your business." Xitigarbha's words were Buddhist words, and his words were sharp. Just like the monks in the human world, they liked to solve or create differences by debating. Unfortunately, he was talking about Ning Ke today. Ning Ke didn't understand anything from his words. Instead, he was extremely angry. After that night in the Divine Hall of Light, he hated to hear anything related to birds, not to mention that his bird was in Xitigarbha's hands. He was furious. His psyche moved, and the vermilion bird in Xitigarbha's hand suddenly turned into a ball of fire, spreading to all sides of the river, and then disappeared. The next moment, the vermilion bird returned to the body of the iron cutlass, chirping in pain. It closed its eyes and covered its feathers to recuperate. The vermilion bird was a killing talisman of the God-stunning array. It was completely controlled by Ning Ke's psyche. Even Xitigarbha couldn't really control it. At first, he wanted to pretend to let the skeletal elephant catch the vermilion bird. When the battle started, he would let the vermilion bird attack and see if he could gain some advantages. Now he took back the vermilion bird because Xitigarbha's state was too high, and the vermilion bird's sneak attack would be meaningless. More importantly, he couldn't bear to let his bird continue to be held by Xidigarba, even for a moment. Xidigarba, eat my rod. If he wanted to play, he had to play the whole set. Ning Ke swept from the bow to the side and came to the front of the skeletal elephant. He held the iron cutlass with both hands, as if he was carrying an iron rod, and smashed it at Xidigarba's head. The skeletal elephant roared, and the river suddenly became chaotic. Xidigarba looked at Ning Ke in the air quietly. His left hand on his knee had formed a wishful gesture, and the 9-ringed golden staff in his right hand faded and turned into a monk's staff. Xidigarba had made a great wish to save all living beings in the 6 realms of samsara. Therefore, he often appeared in the 6 realms with different dharma images and different magic weapons. They were called the 6 Xidigarba. At this time, sitting on the skeletal elephant was the treasure seal Xidigarba. The treasure seal Xidigarba was specialized in saving animals. Ning Ke had been cultivating Buddhism for countless years, so he knew the reason. Seeing the treasure seal Xidigarba, he was even more furious. He poured the Great Spirit and Haotian divine light into the iron cutlass and violently chopped it down. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 983. Actually, I was very comfortable writing the first chapter, that Bodhisattva. It was written smoothly and I finished it before midnight. However, after thinking for a long time, I still couldn't think of a suitable chapter name. This is mainly because I used too many chapter names related to Bodhisattva when I was writing Suzaku. For example, Bodhisattva man, that mountain, that man, that Bodhisattva, and many other names were not suitable. That's why I wasted so much time. I don't know what to write for this chapter. After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't think of a good reason to get votes. It's mainly because I wrote too many chapters in the past with too much content and those chapters were too well written. If I were to split my writing into 10 parts, 7 parts would probably be in a single chapter. In the past, I had already used 6.5 parts. I really don't have the ability to write a good chapter. Alright, I thought of 6.5 parts. Actually, I could have gone the route of Wenrian for this single chapter, but forget it. Why do I have to be so shameless? There will definitely be more single chapters this month. Everyone, please forgive me. There's no other way, the comrades behind are chasing us too closely. I'm thinking of how to write a single chapter in the future. I'll use the phrase, 1 foot in front of you. When everyone is chasing us too closely, or when we are chasing other books too closely, I hope I won't forget it. When that happens, I'll have to trouble everyone to remind me. Of course, if I can pull Ear Jen, Uncle Guan, Third Young Master, Butterfly Skeleton, Tomato Lin Hai and the others a little further away. What the heck, it's too scary to count. I don't dare to count anymore. Anyway, I'm very nervous. Everyone, please vote for Jiang Yi. Let's stay at least 1 foot away from them. I don't want to be pierced by a sword. Dear friends, please vote. I thank you, sincerely, with tears in my eyes. I said I didn't know what to write, but in the end, I still wrote so much nonsense. I'm really not simple. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 984. Xidigarba Bodhisattva's expression did not change. He raised his 9-ringed staff and the river flowed faster at the tip of the staff, creating a dense and crisp sound. He reached above the skeletal elephant and hit Ning Ke's cutlass. There was a loud bang. The clear river rolled up countless whirlpools and the powerful force spread around. Countless skeletons covered their non-existent ears and countless wandering souls hid their heads in their arms, not daring to listen. A huge force came from the front of the iron cutlass. Ning Ke felt as if he had hit a mountain. He could not move his opponent at all and his wrist was about to be broken by the recoil. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was the second chief monk of the Xiankong temple. His Vajra body had long been cultivated to the peak. After his death, the power of Buddha was even stronger. He could not even move the chief monk of the human world, let alone this one. Ning Ke stepped on the head of the skeletal elephant with his right foot and raised his cutlass to strike again. But his body had already leaned back and was ready to retreat with the help of the water. However, at this moment, the skeletal elephant's trunk attacked like a ghost and tightly wrapped around his waist. The elephant's trunk was so strong that he could not break free and fell into the same situation as the vermilion bird. Before he could react, the wishful seal in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's left hand had already hit his chest. There was infinite power of Buddha in the seal that could suppress all evil spirits in the animal way. Ning Ke spat out blood and felt the endless force coming from his chest. He knew that if he could not get rid of it, he would be killed by the seal. With a roar, the great spirit in his abdomen suddenly broke out. The iron cutlass fell down and heavily hit the trunk of the skeletal elephant. The moment the trunk was loosened, Ning Ke turned into a light smoke and escaped back to the sunken ship. He fell on the bow and spat out blood again. He almost fell down. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked at him quietly and the 9-ringed staff in his right hand made a soft sound in the river. Ning Ke wiped his face with his hand and the blood was quickly washed away by the river water. He looked at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva on the skeletal elephant and his expression became extremely solemn. He knew that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was strong, but he did not expect it to be so strong. It was okay that he could not cut it, but the skeletal elephant also had such terrifying power that the seal could not be avoided. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked at him and said mercifully, "Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha." Ning Ke didn't even think and said without hesitation, "Okay." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was slightly surprised, but the wraith skeletons at the bottom of the river laughed proudly. These wraith skeletons had no flesh on their faces, so they naturally had no expression. Their laughter was the sound of teeth chattering, which sounded very eerie. With a clang, Ning Ke really sheathed the iron cutlass. Then, he took out the iron bow and stood at the bow of the boat. The dark iron arrow remained motionless in the river, pointing straight at the skeletal elephant. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva frowned slightly and chanted the name of Buddha. The iron arrow on the bowstring was the primordial 13 arrows. The primordial 13 arrows had killed countless powerhouses in the human world and set off countless bloody storms. They were known as the weapons of Asura. Putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha immediately, Ning Ke raised the iron arrow to see if he could kill Buddha. A few years ago in the White Tower Temple, he failed to shoot through the chief monk of scripture. But now his state was higher, and he had Sangsang's divine power in his body. He believed that this iron arrow could definitely kill the monk on the bone elephant. A white turbulence appeared at the bow of the boat, driving the river to spin at a high speed. The iron arrow on the bowstring suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, it came to the front of the skeletal elephant. At this time, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had just uttered the name of Buddha. A light sound, like an embroidery needle falling on a stone slab, or like the music of the beginning of a banquet, was heard. The water above the skeletal elephant suddenly became chaotic, and the light became a little dim. When the river became clear again, the iron arrow reappeared. The iron arrow did not shoot through Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, not even through his kasaya. Because the iron arrow did not even reach the front of the Bodhisattva, but was nailed to an umbrella. It looked like an ordinary umbrella, with countless strings of diamond hanging on the edge, slowly rotating in the river. The handle of the umbrella was held in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hand, and the Bodhisattva's other hand had already changed the mudra. Ning Ke was shocked speechless. He wondered what material the umbrella was made of, and how could it catch the primordial 13 arrows shot by him with Haotian's divine power. Its strength was almost as strong as the big black umbrella. An umbrella with a rope hanging was a pagoda, and this umbrella was the legendary Vajra pagoda. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva held the Vajra pagoda in his right hand and the fearless seal in his left. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva controlled the 6 realms and had the 6 Dharma images. Iron knives could not cut him, iron arrows could not pierce him, he was as calm and unmoving as the earth, and his thoughts were as deep as a secret chamber. He was invincible. Ning-Ke was shocked speechless, but he was not discouraged. He drew out the iron cutlass again and slashed twice at the direction of the skeletal elephant. The blades cut the water at the bottom of the river and turned into 2 extremely powerful and sharp talismans. This was his most powerful technique, the Divine Talisman. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Dharma idol changed again. He held the precious pearl in his left hand and formed the sweet dew mudra in his right hand, transforming into the precious pearl tunnel. It was specialized in helping hungry ghosts and could suppress all intents, including talisman intents. 2 extremely powerful symbol intents even cut apart the flowing river water, leaving behind 2 extremely clear spaces in the water. However, when they arrived in front of the bone elephant, they were stopped by that precious bead, unable to advance an inch. Even the formless talisman intent could be blocked by a tangible magic tool. What exactly was this precious pearl? How could the Buddhism sect have so many treasures? How powerful was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Ning-Ke's most powerful technique was easily resolved by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. At this moment, he finally felt uneasy and even a little desperate. At this moment, a voice rang in his heart. Sangsang's voice was a little weak but very calm. Let me do it. Ning-Ke remembered that summer in Chang and many years ago. After a rainstorm, he finally learned talisman Taoism. Therefore, no matter what Sangsang did, he would snatch it. His voice kept ringing in the old brush pen shop. Let me do it. Later, Sangsang grew up and became Haotian. She was so weak that she could die at any time, but she was still much more powerful than him. Now it was her turn to say this. Standing in the slightly cold river, Ning-Ke felt warmth in his heart. He was calm and happy, but he was inevitably a little worried because she was too weak now. Can you hold on? Maybe I can. I might sleep for a long time after this. Then, be careful. Ning-Ke closed his eyes. The next moment, he found that he could no longer control his body. Sangsang's consciousness took over, and he could only watch quietly. It was a strange and helpless feeling. In the battle with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva later, no matter what danger Sangsang encountered, he could only watch like this. Seeing Ning-Ke standing at the bow of the boat with his eyes closed, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression gradually became serious. He vaguely sensed that something he did not want to see was happening. The Vajra banner was hit by the river and clanked. The diamonds hanging on the umbrella were gradually washed by the water and became countless human skulls in the white forest. The fearless mudra on Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's right hand had also dispersed. His fingertips gently rose in the river and then fell like a flower, forming another mudra to spread mercy to the world. Countless evil ghosts, and skeletons at the bottom of the river felt the change of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. They all knelt on the ground and spread their awareness to worship him, devoutly chanting. Ning-Ke opened his eyes. His eyelashes drew thin lines in the river. But in the blink of an eye, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva he saw was different from the previous one. The Vajra banner in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's left hand had become the banner of human skulls. The fearless mudra in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's right hand had formed the sweet dew mudra, which was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's specialty to save all living beings in hell. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sensed the change in Ning-Ke and reacted without hesitation. He turned into the most merciful, cruel, and powerful Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Ning-Ke looked at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and said expressionlessly, "Die, or get out of the way." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva knew that Ning-Ke was no longer Ning Quebec. It was Haotian who spoke. He could not help but be moved. Hell was disturbed. Thousands of ghosts and skeletons in the river looked confused and their chanting was slightly chaotic. Soon, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva calmed down. Hell naturally calmed down. The chanting in the river became orderly again. He looked at Ning Kai standing at the bow of the boat and said with emotion, "Unity of heaven and man who is heaven." This was not a debate, but a real emotion. Xitigarbha felt that Haotian was no longer here. Die, or get out of the way. A cultivator would appear to be strong and confident when he said such words. But Haotian would not say such words. She would not say anything. She would directly kill the other party, even if the other party was Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. This only proved that Haotian had become very weak. The chanting was loud and the light of Buddha filled the air. It penetrated Ning Kai's clothes and triggered the three poisons of greed, anger, and obsession in Sang Sang's soul. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and scattered into the river. The blood contained Haotian's divine flame and was extremely hot. The river was boiling and turned into countless tiny bubbles, like pearls floating on his face. His face was still expressionless, or rather, Sang Sang still had no expression. Because she was hurt in her heart and he was hurt in his body. She would not care about this. Sang Sang did not talk to Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. She took out the iron bow and shot an arrow. It looked simple, but compared with Ning Kai's arrow, it was countless times more powerful. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva looked compassionate. The tantra in his hand felt it. Countless pale human heads hanging on the umbrella suddenly opened their mouths at the same time and began to scream. Tens of thousands of white skulls screamed at the same time. The river in front of the skeletal elephant seemed to produce an invisible barrier. No matter how powerful the iron arrow was, even if it was shot by Haotian, it still could not pass through the barrier. There was a soft sound. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva looked down at his chest and found a dark arrow sticking out. It was stained with several drops of golden blood and several strands of golden thread on the kasaya. Even the strongest tantra, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, could not block this iron arrow. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's face showed pain and confusion because he did not know how the iron arrow came about. The will of heaven was unpredictable? No, the will of heaven was unpredictable. The arrow shot by Haotian was also unpredictable. Just as the iron arrow shot through Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, Sang Sang left the bow of the boat. Like real water, she walked freely in the current and instantly came to the skeletal elephant. The tens of thousands of skulls on the tantra were still screaming. Ning Kai's face was bleeding black blood, but his eyes were still calm or indifferent. He landed on the head of the skeletal elephant without fear. He came to the front of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. Haotian came to the front of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. I really admire myself for being so muddle-headed. Thank you, dear Starfish, for helping me to change the chapter names. There were too many typos in the first few chapters, which is also the reason why I was muddle-headed. I apologize to everyone. I have to leave at 5 a.m. tomorrow, so I need to pack my luggage and do some preparations today. I'll write another chapter. I'll write as many as I can. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 985. Tantua Xitigarbha was the most powerful Xitigarbha. The pennant of human skulls in his hand was the most powerful Xitigarbha in hell. The sweet dew seal contained infinite mercy, which hurt the poison Sang Sang. Ning Kai's body was torn by the countless skulls on the tantua. He was wounded everywhere, and his clothes were torn and bleeding. Countless resentful souls were summoned by the sutra and flowed to him along the river, desperately drilling into his wounds. Although they were purified by the divine light contained in his blood as soon as they touched his blood, the wounds remained and became more and more serious. The edges of the wounds gradually turned gray. His eyes were also bleeding, but they were still so calm, without any fear or pain. It seemed that he did not even have any thoughts. He was extremely ruthless and cold. Because the eyes were emotions, Sang Sang's emotions. The bone elephant was dozens of feet high and had a large head. Sang Sang landed on its head as if she had landed in a very spacious house, which made her figure look so small. Sang Sang walked to the back of the elephant, getting closer and closer to Xidigarba. The bone elephant roared angrily, and its trunk broke out of the river and lashed at her like a whip. Ning Kei's initial thought was right. There were no bones in the elephant's trunk. Even the elephants in the Styx River in hell did not have bones. The elephant had a long trunk made of white bones because it could not forget its previous life after coming to Buddha's nirvana. So it picked up countless broken bones from the mud at the bottom of the river and made a trunk for itself. The broken bones in the elephant's trunk were all human bones. The bone elephant had been listening to sutras in the Styx River for tens of thousands of years and had already refined these human bones into its own magic weapon. Its Buddha's power was boundless, so it could easily tie up Vermilion Bird and Ning Quebec. Even if they were at the peak of knowing destiny state, they could not break free. In the roar, the bone trunk was like a white shadow, lashing at Sang Sang. It was as powerful as the Vajra in Buddha's hand. The river was turbulent. Once one was lashed, he would definitely die and his soul would be scattered. Countless skeletons and resentful souls in the river had been killed by the trunk of the bone elephant. Seeing this scene, they instinctively felt fear and did not dare to continue watching. Sang Sang did not look either. It was as if she did not know that the bone elephant was attacking her and that the trunk made of human bones was about to fall on her body. She continued to move forward expressionlessly. She took a step forward and stepped on the elephant's trunk. This stomp seemed simple, but in fact, it was mysterious beyond words. It was as if the bone elephant had extended its nose there, waiting for her to step on it. A miserable howl resounded through the nether river. The bone elephant was in great pain. It shook its head desperately and used all its strength to pull its trunk out of Sang Sang's feet. Half of the trunk was broken and the white bones flew everywhere. Sang Sang walked to the front of Xidigarba Bodhisattva and held the hilt of the iron knife. Xidigarba Bodhisattva looked at her quietly. The pennant of human skulls in his hands suddenly became hundreds of times bigger. It covered the entire world at the bottom of the river and then fell on her head. The clear river water became dark and gloomy again, as if night had come. Countless sharp and unpleasant screeches resounded in the night, and countless skulls were roaring angrily. Each skull represented a follower that Xidigarba Bodhisattva had subdued. The countless skulls on the banner of human skulls represented the consciousness of countless followers, as well as their unwillingness. More wounds appeared on Ning Kei's body, and his eardrums ruptured instantly. If he had not mastered the Great Spirit and had a strong body like the powerhouses of the Devil's Doctrine, he would have been torn into pieces by the screeches. The real terrible damage was not on his body, but on his heart. His heart suddenly beat faster like a rainstorm. It beat thousands of times every breath, and it could break at any time. Ning Kei was very conscious. He was in great pain and fear. His survival instinct made him want to leave the horrible pennant of human skulls and return to the sunken ship, away from the bone elephant. But he could not do it. It was Sang Sang who controlled his body now. Sang Sang did not care what kind of damage this body was suffering, nor did she care that this body could be destroyed at any time. Her eyes were still cold and calm. She looked at the pennant of human skulls in Xidigarba Bodhisattva's hand and shouted, so noisy. Her shout was like thunder, echoing in the dark river bottom and suppressing the chanting of countless resentful souls. The countless skulls hanging on the edge of the pennant of human skulls were shocked and instantly became quiet. After a while, these skulls came to their senses and screamed even more angrily. Suddenly, there were countless tiny cracking sounds on the pennant of human skulls. Countless skulls were shaken into extremely fine bone powder, which was carried away by the river and could no longer make any sound. These skulls were shattered by their own screeches. Sang Sang said that these skulls were too noisy. Since they dared to disobey her and continued to make noise, they would die. This was the will of Haotian. Sang Sang pulled out the iron cutlass and slashed at Xidigarba. With a swish, the blade cut the kasaya on Xidigarba and cut off countless golden threads. It cut the dharmakaya of Xidigarba to death, but only left a slight cut. Golden blood slowly oozed out, but did not flow down. Sang Sang was not happy, so Ning Kei frowned. She reached out her right hand and put it on Xidigarba's chest. She pulled out the iron arrow from Xidigarba's back with an unpredictable and magical method. Looking at the golden blood on the iron arrow, Sang Sang was a little disgusted. She took out the iron bow and put an arrow on it. She aimed the dark and sharp arrowhead at Xidigarba's eyebrows and even touched it. An aura spread around and shrouded the skeletal elephant. The pennant of human skulls was broken and drifted away with the river, but it did not drift away, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking it. Sang Sang opened her world, the pennant of human skulls, the skeletal elephant, and Xidigarba on the back of the elephant were all in her world. No one could escape and no one could resist her will. She aimed the iron arrow at Xidigarba's eyebrows, but Xidigarba failed to dodge. Xidigarba held the front end of the iron arrow with his left hand. Sang Sang quietly looked at him under the arrow, and a divine thought fell into the iron arrow. Xidigarba looked solemn and chanted the name of Buddha. Sang Sang loosened her fingers, and the iron arrow left the bowstring. The arrow did not move. Xidigarba held the shaft of the iron arrow, and the golden light in his left hand shone brightly. The skeletal elephant let out a cry and slowly sank. The bone of its right forelimb was broken from the middle. It was so quiet between Sang Sang and Xidigarba, as if the iron arrow had not been shot. In fact, the power of the iron arrow had been fully released. Sang Sang put away the bow, held the iron arrow in her right hand, and sent it forward again. She turned her divine thought into the bow and arrow. There was a light puff. Xidigarba's eyebrows finally broke, and a drop of golden blood oozed out, like a mole. The mole formed by the golden blood floated away from the Xidigarba's eyebrows, and slowly but unstoppably floated forward in the river. Finally, it fell on Ning Kei's eyebrows and Sang Sang's heart. The golden blood touched Ning Kei's body, and the three poisons of greed, anger, and obsession took effect. Ning Kei spat out a mouthful of blood in pain, but Sang Sang was still unmoved. She held the iron arrow in her hand and continued to send it forward. More golden blood gushed out of Xidigarba's eyebrows, and his injury became more and more serious. At the same time, the light of Buddha in the golden blood made Ning Kei feel more and more pain. Who would die first? Xidigarba looked at Ning Kei, who was covered in blood, and Haotian in his body. He said with a merciful expression, "Buddha will be happy to exchange his broken body for Haotian's death." Sang Sang was expressionless. She took another step forward, and the iron arrow went deeper. Xidigarba could no longer maintain his calm and merciful expression. His face was full of fear and confusion. He roared and released the sweet dew madra with his right hand, which was glowing with golden light, and hit Ning Kei's chest with his palm. Sang Sang ignored him and continued to take another step forward. The iron arrow in her hand pierced deeply into Xidigarba's eyebrows. Golden Buddha's blood splashed everywhere, and the Buddha's power suddenly dispersed. Before dying, Xidigarba's eyes were a little confused, because he couldn't understand why she dared to bet her life with him, the most noble Haotian, who had endless life. He didn't know that Sang Sang and Ning Kei were originally going to bet their lives with Buddha. The skeletal elephant retreated to the depths of the dark river. Its right forelimb was broken, and it walked very slowly. As it retreated, it kept shaking the remaining half of its nose, which seemed to be in great pain. Xidigarba sat on the back of the skeletal elephant with his eyes closed. Looking at this scene, the wraiths and skeletons at the bottom of the river whispered, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. When they looked at the sunken ship, they became very quiet. Ning Kei's body was shaken back to the sunken ship by Xidigarba's last palm. Looking at the skeletal elephant disappearing into the darkness, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell on the ship. Sang Sang gave up the control of this body. Ning Kei opened his eyes and asked worriedly, "Is he okay?" Sang Sang said, if he didn't retreat, he might be okay. But he did. Ning Kei had been watching the battle, and he knew very well that Sang Sang was very weak now. If Xidigarba could maintain his state of mind, he might not lose, and even both of them might be injured. Looking at the direction where the skeletal elephant disappeared, he sighed and said, "It is said that Ksitigarbha is merciful and resolute. I didn't expect that he would be a coward who was afraid of death in the end. He is indeed a fake bodhisattva." The sunken ship rose, and the river separated to make a road, revealing the sky above the river. The rain clouds had dispersed, and the water in the ship flowed cleanly between the waterways. The water walls on both sides were very clear, and no fish could be seen. But the wraiths with vague faces and countless skeletons could be seen. Those wraiths were slightly more intelligent, but they didn't dare to do anything. They just looked at them in confusion and fear, while the skeletons instinctively stretched out their bone hands, trying to stop the people on the ship. Sang Sang controlled the body for a while, and Ning Kei's consciousness became more and more intertwined with hers. Looking at those stretched out bone hands, he casually waved his sleeves, and a clear light fell, and the bone hands were instantly purified. No more skeletons dared to approach the water wall. The wraiths floated in the water, and the ship sailed between the water walls. He remembered the scene when he crossed the river with Sang Sang. It was not as beautiful, but it was very strange. The ship reached the other side and ran aground on the mudflat. Ning Kei carried Sang Sang's body on his back, and walked to the woods in the east with the iron cutlass. When he came to the woods, he looked back at the river that was as calm as a mirror. He had a lot of fear, but also a lot of pride. Ksitigarbha was dead, who could stop him? At this moment, the light of Buddha gradually shone in the dark sky west of the river, and the sound of chanting came from the hundreds of miles of redwood forest that had been leveled by him with talisman. He knew that countless Buddhas from the Nirvana world had come again. He shouted to that side, "Come and chase me across the river if you can." The title of this chapter is so simple that I feel embarrassed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 986. At the end of last month and a few days ago, I had reported in advance that I will be returning to Hubei to settle some personal matters. Some of the more important matters are more important than work, and the updates will definitely slow down. I will try my best to keep updating. When I am free, I will try my best to write 2 chapters. If I can write 3 chapters, I will definitely keep the manuscript. I will leave at around 5 a.m. If everything goes smoothly, I should be able to reach home at around 4 p.m. After a day of traveling, I will naturally be tired. I will try my best to write 1 chapter first. In the next 10 days or so, it will be more common to write 1 chapter at night. This will be a return to 1 chapter. It might be slightly harder for me, but I can handle it. I have experience writing 200,000 words. Everyone, please encourage, be tolerant, be more understanding, work together, and return to 1. It will still be the same sentence. This month, I hope that everyone can read happily and vote easily. I am still first in the monthly votes rankings now. I hope that I will be first in the end. This is also a return to 1. There should not be any more individual chapters in the next few days. I should hurry up and shout a few more times. Those bad guys behind are catching up. There are only a few tens of votes left. Everyone, hurry up and vote. Save me. My throat is broken. Monthly votes. Why do I need a bicycle? Thank you. To be continued. If you like this novel, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 987. I want to cross the river. Who will carry me? Let me carry you. Ning Kei hummed a tune and walked to the woods by the river with his sister on his back. He was so happy that he was crazy. After crossing the hurdle of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the pressure that he had accumulated these days was naturally released wildly. There were still countless Buddhas looking for him and Sang Sang in the field west of the river. They wanted to kill him and Sang Sang, but he believed that those Buddhas could not cross the river because there were countless resentful souls and skeletons in the river. Those skeletons were not smart, but they were powerful. Without the command of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, they could not distinguish between friend and foe and would not let go of those Buddhas. It should be known that the light of Buddha could suppress ghosts and was also an excellent nourishment for ghosts. Ning Ke and Sang Sang could purify with Haotian's divine light, but those Buddhas could not. When they reached the woods, the songs suddenly stopped. Ning Ke knelt down in the moss-covered ground with a thud. He held the wetland with both hands and kept vomiting blood. His face turned pale because of the pain. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was not easy to kill. It was not until then that he found that his body was seriously injured, like a battlefield after a bloody battle. There were wounds and blood everywhere, and it was very difficult to find an intact bone. As for the psyche power in his sense of perception, it was even more chaotic. He turned around with difficulty and sat down against a redwood tree. He panted hard and held Sang Sang in his arms. He said, "I felt a little unreliable just now. You were too fierce when you fought." Sang Sang said in his heart, "What do you think? This is my body. No matter what, you should take care of it." Ning Ke thought of the bloody battle between her and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. She did not even blink when Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's powerful pennant of human skulls ruined her body. Sang Sang said, "That's why I should take care of it." Ning Ke said angrily, "You can only win by risking your life. Do you think I don't know that? I just want you to say something nice. We have become one. Why can't you say something intimate?" He meant something else when he said, "become one." Sang Sang said, "Even if I break your body, what can I do?" Ning Ke was furious. He turned her over and spanked her buttocks twice. He scolded, "If there's a next time, I won't go easy on your body." Sang Sang seemed to be a little tired and no longer paid attention to him. The quarrel became a quarrel between the two of them. Naturally, it was boring. He leaned against the tree trunk and looked at the scenery on the other side of the river to kill time. Logically speaking, he should be in a hurry to meditate to heal his injuries and restore his psyche power, but he did nothing. As time passed, his injuries naturally healed. Hao Tian had merged with him. In terms of life recovery, who could be better than him? Ning Ke stood up and was about to leave with Sang Sang on his back. Suddenly, he saw many Buddha lights in the redwood forest on the other side of the river, and then he heard the chanting of scriptures. Every golden light was a Buddha, and it was a Buddha that they had met and injured. Naturally, the number of Buddhas in the redwood forest was far more than what he saw. Ning Ke was not in a hurry, thinking that these Buddhas could not cross the river. He smiled and looked at the other side of the river, and even waved to the Buddha at the front. The Buddha was an acquaintance. When he and Sang Sang went to the opera in Chaoyang City, he always bought tickets from this Buddha. Until now, he still did not know who this Buddha was. The dark sky gradually brightened, the riverbank gradually brightened, the Buddha lights gradually brightened, and the chanting of scriptures gradually became solemn. For a moment, no one knew how many Buddhas came to the Styx River and looked at the other side in silence. Ning Ke's expression became solemn. Even with his eyesight, he could not count how many Buddhas there were. What shocked him even more was that those Buddhas actually began to walk into the Styx River. Thousands, tens of thousands, or even more Buddhas bypassed the fallen redwood trees, walked across the soft riverbank, and silently walked into the clear river. It was dark, as if an army was crossing the river. There were more resentful spirits and skeletons in the depths of the Styx River. They sensed the Buddha lights and aura on these Buddhas, but did not sense the coercion of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. After a moment of hesitation, they finally failed to suppress their instinctive love for light and their greed for the pure aura of Buddha. The clear river water turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the calm surface of the river suddenly became extremely turbulent. Some Buddhas with low cultivation were directly swept away by the river water and became food for the resentful spirits, while the Buddhas with high cultivation were surrounded by dozens or even hundreds of resentful spirits, constantly devouring them. The scene was extremely terrifying. What puzzled Ning Ke was that none of the Buddhas made a sound during the whole process. They silently entered the water, silently were swept away, silently were devoured, and silently turned into countless golden light fragments. They even stopped chanting the Buddhist scriptures that had a strong suppressive effect on resentful spirits and wild ghosts, as if they were deliberately courting death. Dozens of Buddhas with profound dharma did the same. If they used their means, they could save the Buddhas who were sinking into hell, not to mention to protect themselves. But they did nothing. They just put their palms together and silently walked into the depths of the Styx River. Countless Buddhas walked into the vast and gloomy Styx River and floated in the river, densely packed together. From time to time, Buddhas were swept away by the water, dragged away by resentful spirits, and torn into pieces by the white claws of skeletons. Looking at this shocking scene, Ning Ke no longer felt like an army crossing the river. He felt like he was on the prairie, where countless bison crossing the river were devoured by crocodiles. Why? Why were these Buddhas so silent and so calm to die? Ning Ke even saw a Buddha among the black waves being devoured by resentful spirits, but the Buddha's expression was still so determined. At this moment, the earth suddenly shook. Ning Ke suddenly turned around and looked at the source of the shaking. He saw that the sky in the far east suddenly became unusually bright, and there was a supreme Buddha's power rising there. The boundless light of Buddha instantly came to the Styx River, illuminating the woods and all the lives by the woods. The light fell and plated Ning Ke's clothes with a layer of golden light. He felt a very strong pressure and also felt that Sang Sang was weakening, so he quickly opened the big black umbrella. The light of Buddha also fell into the Styx River. The dark water did not become clear, but it tumbled rapidly, as if someone had put a fire under the Styx River and instantly boiled the Styx River. In the boiling Styx River, countless Buddhas were still silently moving forward. Countless resentful spirits that were devouring Buddha's aura raised their heads and looked at the light of Buddha in a daze. Countless skeletons that were tearing Buddha's bodies stopped what they were doing and wanted to look at the light of Buddha, but they were a little timid. Then, both resentful spirits and skeletons gradually turned into tiny light spots. The densely packed light spots, like fireflies, floated in the boiling river and landed on the bodies of the Buddhas who were still alive. The Buddha's aura was suddenly enhanced, and the expressions on their faces became more resolute. They walked towards the Buddha's aura in the distant east, towards the other shore. 10,000 Buddhas paying homage? Ning Ke said to himself. 10,000 ghosts crossing the river, Sang Sang said contemptuously. Whether it was 10,000 Buddhas paying homage or 10,000 ghosts crossing the river, Ning Ke did not know why these Buddhas were doing this, nor did he understand why ghosts attached themselves to Buddhas after Buddhas were devoured by ghosts. But he knew that these Buddhas had become stronger and more terrifying. He even saw thousands of resentful spirits in the boiling river turn into an indigo lion, and an inconspicuous Buddha was carried by the indigo lion and walked on the river. Was it another bodhisattva? One Ksitigarbha bodhisattva had almost driven Ning Ke and Sang Sang into a desperate situation and had to wash their bodies in the Styx River. How could they survive if several bodhisattvas of similar states appeared? What else was there to think at this time? The light of Buddha in the far east gradually faded, and countless Buddhas and bodhisattvas were about to reach the other shore. Ning Ke turned around and began to run wildly with Sang Sang on his back. He ran wildly all the way for 100 days. Even Ning Ke himself did not know how far he had run in the past 100 days with Sang Sang on his back. He only knew that he was running desperately to leave those Buddhas and bodhisattvas behind him as far as possible. During the running journey, there were plateau meadows, inland seas, and steep mountains. He did not know where he was, but only knew that he was running toward the far east. From the 4th day on, he could no longer hear the chanting behind him. Occasionally when he looked back, he could not see the light of Buddha in the night sky. But he knew that those Buddhas would never stop running. As long as he stopped or slowed down, they would catch up with him one day. Those Buddhas were born in the year of tortoise. The world was so vast that he could not see the end of it after running wildly for 100 days. Fortunately, he did not need to distinguish the direction, nor did he need to worry about running back to the original place, because Buddha was in front of him. The light of Buddha was getting clearer and clearer, which meant that Buddha was getting closer and closer. What was strange was that the light of Buddha did not hurt him and Sang like the previous times, but made them feel a little comfortable. Although they felt comfortable, they were not relaxed. Ning Ke and Sang talked less and less these days, and they kept silent for a long time while running. He was in a heavy mood because he was about to see Buddha and gamble with his life, while Sang was thinking about something. To cultivate Buddhism, one must first see Buddha, and Buddha would wake up from the nirvana state, either alive or dead. Heaven was the first, Headmaster was the second, and Buddha was the third. Now Sang was extremely weak. If Buddha was alive, she and Ning Ke would definitely die. Ning Ke and Sang were born with each other, so he should know what she was thinking. But this time her thoughts were too complicated and abstruse. He could sense those lines of thought, but it was too dense to see clearly, let alone understand. It was like a tangled mess between their hearts. Understanding this, his mood became heavier and heavier. Even Sang could not figure out a way. What should they do after seeing Buddha? One day, they came to a meadow, and a snow-capped peak loomed in the distance. He broke the silence and said, "When I first learned cultivation, I gambled, which meant that I was probably born to be a gambler. Now it is a 50-50 chance, so of course I have the courage to bet all my wealth. I'm home. I haven't had a good rest for a day and a night. I'm very tired." To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 988. A few days later, Ning Ke carried Sang to a place dozens of miles away from the snow mountain. The fields here were covered with green grass and there were thousands of lakes and ponds. The paths between the ponds were like lines. There were trees and willows beside each pond. There were flowers and lotuses on the ponds. The lotuses were white and red, as if they were dyed with blood. The green leaves were like skirts, and the stems were golden. It was extremely beautiful. There were countless golden lights above the thousands of ponds, rising from everything. The lotuses, branches, leaves, willows, stones, and even the ponds were all emitting golden light. It was the light of Buddha. The light of Buddha was too bright and the scene was too beautiful. Ning Ke lowered the big black umbrella, but he could not avoid the ubiquitous light. He squinted his eyes. Because of Sang poisoning, his chest and abdomen were full of disgust, and there was sweetness in his throat from time to time, which was a sign of vomiting blood. The indescribably beautiful and holy world was the real Buddha land. He was very sure that Buddha lived in this world, but he did not know where he was. He carried Sang on his back and searched among the ponds. He stepped on the narrow mud path between the ponds, pushed aside the willow branches in front of him, and looked back and forth between the lotuses, lakes, and stones, looking extremely patient. Sang kept silent and watched him search aimlessly for a long time. Finally, she could not help but ask, "Do you know where Buddha is?" Ning Ke said, "I don't know." Sang said, "Then what's the point of looking around like this?" Ning Ke said, "Buddha will wake up as long as I see him. So looking is searching." Seeing Buddha was enough. He walked through the golden ponds with Sang on his back. He looked at the lotuses on the ponds, the clear water in the ponds, the mud at the bottom, the lotus roots in the mud, the stones on the banks of the ponds, the willows among the stones, and the golden cicadas on the willows. He rarely blinked because he did not dare to miss anything. One day, hearing the croaking sounds coming from the lotus field, he thought for a moment and untied Sang body. Then, he jumped into the water, swam to the depths of the lotus field, and caught a fat frog. He held the frog in front of his eyes and stared at it for a long time. The frog innocently opened its round eyes and stared back at him. The man and the frog stared at each other for a long time. In the end, Ning Kei's eyes began to ache and he silently shed tears. Sang Sang mocked him in his heart, "Even if you think what you did was stupid, why do you have to cry?" Ning Kei explained angrily, "My eyes are sore." Sang Sang said, "It's your fault for staring at me for so long." Ning Kei said, "I've seen so many flowers and willows without any reaction." After thinking about it, the frog in the pond is most likely to be the Buddha. Of course, I have to look at it more. Sang Sang was a little confused and asked, "How could Buddha be a frog?" Ning Kei said seriously, "According to the Buddhist scriptures, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva also confirmed that Buddha was a prince of a small country in the secular world, so it is natural that he could become a frog." Sang Sang was even more puzzled and asked, "What's the relationship between the frog and the prince?" Ning Kei said, "The frog prince. Haven't you heard of such a famous story?" Sang Sang remembered and said, "Is it the fairy tale you told me when I was young?" Ning Kei nodded and said, "Isn't the prince turning into a frog some kind of hint?" Sang Sang said, "Then you still have to kiss it." Ning Kei was so focused on finding Buddha that he didn't hear the sarcasm in her words. After hesitating for a while, he really raised the frog in front of his eyes and kissed it. The frog didn't change at all, but it looked a little aggrieved. Ning Kei wiped his mouth and spat a lot of saliva into the pond. He said, "It seems that it is not this one." Sang Sang said, "There are at least tens of thousands of frogs here." Ning Kei looked at the thousands of golden ponds and listened to the cicadas in the willow trees and the frogs in the lotus fields. He thought that there might be more than tens of thousands of frogs. Not to mention the golden cicadas in the willow trees, that was third sister's livelihood. If he had to kiss all these frogs, how swollen would his mouth be? What if he kissed a toad? He was not a swan. After searching for several days, he still found nothing. According to his calculation, those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas all over the mountains and fields should be catching up soon. He became a little anxious. The golden ponds occupied a large field, and in the middle was the towering snow mountain. The mountain peak had been covered by ice and snow for many years. The thick layer of snow fell from the peak to the foot of the mountain, and the original color of the cliff could not be seen at all. Trickles of water flowed down from the snow and moistened the field. That was how the thousands of ponds came to be. Under the dark sky, the snow-white mountain was surrounded by thousands of golden ponds, which looked extremely spectacular and beautiful. One day, Ning Kei found the foot of the mountain and forgot what he had said when he looked up. He remembered that the Prajna peak where the Xiankong temple was located was transformed by the body of Buddha left in the human world. Buddha seemed to like to compare himself with a mountain, so was it possible that the snow mountain was Buddha? The golden ponds and golden lotus branches in the field, as well as other things, all emitted the light of Buddha. Was it because of the snow water? After thinking for a while, he denied his own inference. The snow mountain could be seen from hundreds of miles away. These days, he occasionally looked at the snow mountain in the golden ponds, but the snow mountain never moved. Naturally, it was not Buddha. "Hey, if you are Buddha, answer me." Ning Kei looked at the snow mountain and shouted. The snow mountain was silent, and only his voice kept echoing and lingering. He laughed at himself, turned around, and walked towards the next pond. However, he did not go far before he suddenly stopped. A voice sounded behind him. It was not the echo of the snow mountain, because the voice was very loud and roaring. It came from a very high place, like a thunder falling from the sky. Ning Kei turned to look at the snow mountain. His face suddenly became pale and his body became stiff. The voice came from the top of the snow mountain. It was the sound of avalanche. The snow layer kept collapsing, and countless snowflakes fell. The snow line at the front accumulated higher and higher, like a huge wave. The friction between the snow layer and the cliff made a terrible sound like thunder. The field began to shake violently, as if there was an earthquake. The water in the golden ponds trembled and then began to jump with the golden light of Buddha, like a goddess dancing. The wind roared, and the willows beside the ponds bent down. The lotus leaves in the ponds fluttered, and the lotuses bloomed more vigorously. The frogs and golden cicadas kept chirping, as if they were ready to welcome the birth of a great being. The avalanche was still going on. Ning Ke stood on the trembling field, looking at the peak that gradually revealed its true appearance and the black cliff covered with snow. He suddenly thought of the highest peak by the hot sea in the north of the human world. He thought that the snow mountain was both the end and the beginning, and vaguely understood something. His face became paler and his body stiffer. He held the hilt tightly in his right hand and put his left hand in front of his chest, communicating with Sang Sang in his body, waiting for the final judgment. The avalanche lasted for a very long time before it gradually quieted down. Under the dark sky, the snow mountain was no longer what it used to be. There was not much snow left in the black rocks, and the outline of the snow mountain could be vaguely seen. If the snow mountain was a statue, it would naturally have an outline. After the avalanche, Buddha finally showed his true body. He sat cross-legged between heaven and earth, and the top of the snow mountain was the Buddha's face. The lines were very rough and blurred, giving people a feeling that it was fake. Today's update is 2,000 words. I have to write tomorrow's. I can't write tomorrow. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 989. After the snow fell, the mountain was still the same mountain. It looked no different from any mountain in the human world or in this world. The exposed black cliff stones were nothing special. They were either rough or smooth, without luster or aura of life. They were silent, cliff stones. Ning Ke stood in front of the mountain with Sang Sang on his back and looked at the true appearance of the mountain for a long time. It was still a mountain until the gold on the golden pond was blown into countless pieces by the night wind. Did Buddha wake up? Was Buddha alive or dead? He was waiting for the answer but did not know what it was, which made him very nervous and confused. Did we win the bet? It seems not. Why? Ning Ke was very disappointed and angry. He sat on the ground and kept kicking his legs like a wronged child or a wronged frog, kicking the snow in front of him everywhere. Sang Sang said calmly, because Buddha is Buddha, not a cat. Hearing this, Ning Ke was silent for a long time. He understood that from the very beginning, his and Sang Sang's conjecture was different from the truth. The ideal experiment about the cat required a box and a delicate poisoning device. There was no reason for Buddha to trap himself in that situation. Then what was nirvana? Nirvana was still a superposition state of quantum, but it had nothing to do with life and death. It was only related to the position. When you observed, it suddenly appeared there or here. Buddha did not design the device that might poison himself, but he could design other ways to make Haotian not find him. We still won. Ning Ke stood up and looked at the mountain in front of him. He said, "Yes, Buddha is here. This mountain is Buddha. Just destroy it." Sang Sang said, "No, Buddha is in all living beings." Ning Ke understood what she meant. Observation was confirmation. Buddha was not a quantum that purely depended on observation to determine its property. He had self-consciousness, so he could appear anywhere. In the world of chessboard, all living beings became Buddha, which was the embodiment of this state. Sang Sang was right. The woman selling vegetables could be Buddha, the golden pond could be Buddha, the willow leaves in the pond could be Buddha, and even the frog Ning Ke kissed a few days ago could be Buddha. This snow mountain was also the Buddha, and it should be the central coordinate of the Buddha in the chessboard world. Only in this way, the Buddha in the superposition state could ensure his own existence. However, it was useless to destroy the snow mountain, because the Buddha could appear in countless places and move faster than light. No one could really find him, and naturally, no one could kill him. Ning Ke said, "When we came to the Far East, the world began to tremble. Countless Buddhas became nervous and afraid, which proved that this snow mountain was very important to the Buddha. At this moment, there were vibrations coming from the periphery of the golden pond. Countless Buddhas came from the wilderness. Among them were several Mahabodhisattvas who had transformed when they crossed the underworld river. Sensing the changes in the snow mountain, Gautama Buddha revealed his true appearance. Countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas sat cross-legged on the ground, chanting devoutly. The light of Buddha illuminated the dark sky and the foot of the mountain. The light of Buddha was so bright that even the big black umbrella could not cover it in the dark night. A layer of golden light plated Ning Ke and Sang Sang and then seeped into their bodies. Inspired by Gautama Buddha, countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas came to the east to suppress the evil spirits. An earth-shaking roar came from the wilderness. An indigo lion hundreds of feet high roared toward the sky, and the light of Buddha shone again. Ning Ke's face turned pale because the light was too bright, because he felt pain, and because Sang Sang hiding in his body was very sad in the light of Buddha. He felt Sang Sang's weakness. The Bodhisattvas riding the indigo lion and the white tiger were each as powerful as Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He knew that Sang Sang could no longer defeat them. The 10,000 Buddhas worshipping, looking at the countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the wilderness, Ning Ke laughed and said, "If this snow mountain is not their ancestor, why are they anxious and afraid?" As he spoke, the smoke and dust in the wilderness rose, and a yellow dragon roared down the snow mountain. In front of it was the indigo lion hundreds of feet high. As it ran, the sky and earth changed color. Looking at the indigo lion that seemed to swallow the night sky, Ning Ke thought of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's powerful means in the Styx River and could not help but feel uneasy. Now Sang Sang was even weaker, how could she be a match for these Bodhisattvas? To his surprise, the indigo lion suddenly stopped in front of the golden pond. Because it stopped so suddenly, its huge body fell heavily, lifting up a lot of black mud. The indigo lion seemed to be very afraid of the water in the pond. It stretched out its front paw to try to step on the narrow mud paths between the ponds. However, its body was so big that one paw was like a palace in the human world, and it was as heavy as a mountain. The mud paths were immediately crushed, and the pond water soaked its paw. With a painful and fearful howl, thousands of willow trees by the pond bent down again. The indigo lion retreated in fear, and the golden light of Buddha was constantly emitted from its paw, as if it was burning. The indigo lion retreated in fear, and the wilderness was quiet for a moment. Countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas did not dare to try to walk into the golden pond. They could only sit cross-legged on the ground and kept chanting. Ning Ke did not understand. When he and Sang Sang entered the golden pond, although the light of Buddha also made them a little uncomfortable, they were not as painful and frightened as the indigo lion. Why did these Buddhas and Bodhisattvas not dare to enter the golden ponds around the snow mountain? If it was the inhibition set by Buddha, how could it be aimed at his followers and heirs? Sang Sang said, "At least the academy is right about one thing. The Buddhism sect is really disgusting." Buddha entered nirvana and entered the quantum superposition state. Because of these Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Buddha in nirvana did not have a strong ability to protect himself, so he forbade the disciples of the Buddhism sect from approaching the snow mountain. The thousands of golden ponds around the snow mountain were the inhibition set by Buddha. They were so vigilant against the most devout followers and heirs. Ning Ke felt a little emotional. He thought that even if they could really avoid Haotian's eyes and live like this forever, what was the point? He had excellent eyesight and could see the handsome monk on the back of the indigo lion. He could not help but wonder if Buddha would become this monk if he was in the world. If Buddha is in the wilderness now, can't he remove his inhibition? I can't, because the Buddha who laid down the restriction wasn't the same Buddha as he is now. What's the benefit of setting up such a problem for himself? The benefit is that Buddha in the state of nirvana never needs to worry about being woken up by others. We are here, and we have woken him up. Buddha did not expect that we could come here. Even if we were here, it would not affect his state, because we are not bodhisattvas or Buddhas, and we cannot compete with him for the faith of the Buddhism sect. Ning Ke looked at the young monk on the indigo lion and suddenly had an idea. Sang Sang directly rejected his idea and said, Buddha is not fixed, so he naturally cannot have the real power. But even if he turns into a bodhisattva, how can you kill him? Ning Ke said, I am not sad. Anyway, those Buddhas and bodhisattvas can't come in. Sang Sang said, but I am gradually weakening. If this stalemate continues, I will die eventually. I have said many times that I will not let you die. Ning Ke looked at the Buddhas and bodhisattvas in the wilderness and said with a smile, the arrival of these people and what you have just said prove that my guess is right. Even if your guess is right and this snow mountain is the Buddha's original body, you can't change the current situation, because you can't kill Buddha. Why do I have to kill Buddha? Ning Ke walked to the nearest pond, took out the iron cutlass, and cut off a few willows. Then he put down the cutlass, sat under the willow tree and began to weave. He wanted to weave something, but his movements were a little clumsy. Sang Sang asked, what do you want to weave? Ning Ke said, I want to weave a knife. Sang Sang thought for a moment and said, let me do it. Ning Ke smiled and handed over the control of the body. In the house of Yanming Lake, Sang Sang's favorite thing to do was to pick weeping willows by the lake and weave small objects. Soon, a somewhat cute willow knife appeared in his hand. Sang Sang returned the body to him and asked, why do you weave a willow knife? Ning Ke smiled without answering and cut off a lotus flower. He used the lotus flower to collect some clear water from the pond, tilted the lotus branch slightly, and poured the water from the flower on the iron cutlass. The iron cutlass suddenly became extremely sharp, mixed with gold and full of Buddha's will. After doing these strange things, he carried Sang Sang's body on his back, holding the big black umbrella in one hand and the iron cutlass in the other, and walked to the snow mountain. Sang Sang said, what are you going to do? If you don't answer me this time, I will kill you. Ning Ke said, I am going to see Buddha. Sang Sang said, why do you want to see Buddha? And you have already seen him. Ning Ke said, I have told you long ago that seeing Buddha is to cultivate Buddhism. If you don't cultivate Buddhism, how can you get rid of the 3 poisons of greed, anger, and delusion in your body? How can you tear open the black sky? Sang Sang asked, do you really want to cultivate Buddhism? Ning Ke said, if I can't kill Buddha, I will cultivate Buddhism. I will take his Buddha's nature and cultivate myself into Buddha. I will let all living beings believe in me. What can Buddha do to me? Sang Sang was a little confused and asked, how are you going to cultivate yourself into Buddha? I have thought about it a long time ago. I have thought about it before I crossed the river. Ning Ke came to a cliff platform and untied Sang Sang's body. He lifted the dark and heavy iron cutlass and heavily chopped the ground of the cliff platform. He said, I am going to cultivate this Buddha again. This is what you mean by cultivating Buddhism? Cultivating Buddhism. Isn't it just to repair Buddha again? Is the Academy always thinking in such a weird way? Second brother's cultivation is also to repair, but his repair is to fight. I am a real cultivator. Ning Ke chopped randomly on the cliff platform and began to cut the protruding stones on the edge. He said proudly, Buddha's toes are too wide. I have to make them more graceful. I have not slept for a day and a night. I just came home. I am very tired. Please vote for me to comfort me. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.